Check. We're ready. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, councillors, staff, and visiting delegates and guests. Members of the public are advised that our meetings will be webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. Other individuals in the media may also be audibly and/or visually recording this meeting. All electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during the committee meetings. Members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or make comments. And as usual, I will do my best to time your questions only. I will also would also like to welcome my fellow councillors to the meeting who are not appointed members of this committee. For the residents who are present, we have 7 members who serve on this committee, and the others are here as observers because they're keenly interested in the matters that are before us. I will remind councillors who are not members of the committee that you may participate in discussions, but you can't vote. So by all means ask questions and comment, but you simply can't vote at this committee. We do have delegations today, and members are reminded that questions of the delegates are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. Thanks, would you like to speak? Is that why you're tinkling your glass? I note that we do have quorum, Madam Clerk. Are there any changes to the agenda, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have the following changes to today's agenda. Under item 5, communications, we have 5.1, correspondence from Carmen Orlandis, Ward 3 Stinson Elder, respecting the Arcaldon Delay Mitigation and Interim Plan for Homelessness System Services Levels for Single Women, HSC 23019, with the recommendation that it be received and referred to discussion of the item on the agenda. Under delegation requests, item 6, we have 6.2, Jean Fair, respecting radial separation and moratorium, and item 10.2, which is the same Arcaldon report for today's meeting. Item 6.3, Manny Figueiredo, pardon my pronunciation, President and CEO of the YMCA of Hamilton, Burlington, and Brantford, for their programs and services that they deliver to support homelessness prevention, and an overview of the complexities and challenges facing the delivery of service at their 174-bed men's transitional living residence at 79 James Street South in Hamilton. And that delegation is for today's meeting. We have item 6.4, Catherine Kalinowski, James Moulton, and Sean McKagan of the Salvation Army, Good Shepherd, and Mission Services, respecting item 8.1, which is the Ending Chronic Homelessness report. And we have additional item 6.5, Kayla Haggerty, respecting item 8.1, which is the Ending Chronic Homelessness Report. And under general information, we have 1 amendment to the outstanding business list, which is an item to be removed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I'm also sending you by email a notice of motion which we can add to the agenda, which is dealing with the emergency declaration. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Nan. Is there any comments or questions with regards to the agenda? Seeing none, we'll call the vote, please.
My apologies. The mover and seconder again, please.
Councillor Wang and Councillor Nan. No problem. Thank you. And that vote carried unanimously with 7 councillors voting in support. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest from the councillors? Seeing none, we'll move on then. Approval of the minutes from the previous meeting. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes of the meeting, which was February 16th. Councillor Wang, thank you. Seconder, please. Councillor Maureen Wilson. Any discussion on the approval of the minutes? We'll have the vote then, please. Thank you, Clerk. Don't apologize, technology. And that vote carried 7-0. We're now moving on to communications. Item 5.1 is a correspondence from Carmen Orlandis, Ward 3 Stinson Elder, respecting the Arcaldon Delay Mitigation and Interim Plan for Homelessness System Service Levels for Single Women, HSC 23019 citywide. May I have a mover and a seconder to receive and refer the correspondence? Moved by Councillor Wang. Seconded by Councillor Nan. Anyone wish to speak to it? Seeing none, we'll have the vote, please. Thank you. And that vote carried 7-0. On to delegation requests for today. We have several delegation requests before us. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the delegations as presented? Moved by Alex Wilson, seconded by Tammy Wang. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll call the vote, please. The vote's open, folks. And that vote carried unanimously 7-0. We're moving on to the delegations for today's meeting. I'd like to welcome our delegates to today's meeting. Our delegates are reminded that they have 5 minutes to speak. I'd also like to remind the committee that we have several delegations to hear on this matter and others before we complete the business on today's agenda. Members are reminded that questions of the delegates are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. We will vote to receive all of them together at the end. Item 7.1 on our agenda this afternoon is Joanne Santucci, Hamilton Food Share, respecting the status of Hamilton's emergency food system. This was approved at the February 16th, 2023 meeting. Is Joanne virtual or? Oh, there you are. Come on down. It kind of sounded like a game show there, didn't it? I have no prizes down here, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Joanne. How are you?
Good afternoon, councillors. Good afternoon, everyone. I have no idea how this works.
The microphone's right there, and Lorraine will tell you how to work the computer to get your pages to turn.
Can I just say turn the page? This button here. Gotcha. Thank you, Lauren.
You can go ahead now.
You never hear me whisper, ever. Hello, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to come here today. I only got 5 minutes, so I'm going to clip through a lot of stuff. So I want to just talk a bit about the expansion of the I'm hitting that button. The down button. Gabish. The emergency food system since the pandemic has gone through a lot of changes. First, we're a tighter bunch and a group of people really focused in on fighting hunger, but we also had to expand. We also, in that expansion, because of everything that went on during COVID, we really had to grapple with who are the urgent people in the community we need to deal with first. So first we launched off with a hamper program that we delivered, and then it was a meal program. And as you can recall, a lot of the meal programs shut down. Child nutrition shut down. We were really the greatest response that the community could look forward to as far as getting some supplies. We also raised about 4 million pounds of food each year, and that was around $12 million worth of product that came into this system and back out into the community. We also had federal funding, and every dollar of that went back into the community. We actually started giving grants to all of our agencies. We had food purchasing grants that were about 280. We had capital purchase grants. We had operational grants. People could not keep their staff going. So in these two programs we launched, we said, well, you can use your staff to launch those programs, and we'll we'll underwrite it just so the people that are counting on you, you can stay open so when they get there. And I have to tell you, our community of Hamilton is just unbelievably amazing. If it wasn't for the city of Hamilton, I don't think we would have been here talking about the gains we've made in that system and the challenges ahead. So as we talk about that, we have to go to the next one. And really, hunger is really connected to homelessness in so many ways. We had some new research coming out, and it came out last year, and it was a great professor, Olive Wallish of the McMaster University, Roxana Rabbit, and also the SEAL Lab, which is McMaster's Secure Empirical Analysis Lab. Sounds pretty fancy, and it is. They're almost internationally renowned to accept data, analyze that data, and cleaning up of the data. So when we talk about it, this one program here, or this one research paper, was done with 728 surveys from people actually coming into the food bank, 4 years of our access data, and 7 focus groups, because we wanted to make sure people of all different marginalized communities had a voice in this research. When we talk about the research, 4 things happened with that research. First of all, when asked the question, what if food banks did not exist? Eventually, we have to plan where we're no longer going to be needed. The response to that was unbelievable. 46% said they'd be homeless if it were not for the supports that the food bank gave them. We also had people answering that question that every Hamiltonian can just almost shed tears over, and it's really about, one of them, a few said that they would have to give up their loved ones to a facility because they just couldn't care for them. They'd send their pets in the street. Someone said they would just be hungry longer, and we know when children are affected by long bouts of hunger, their cognitive impairments can become permanent. This is not a way to go. We also said, people said they would move, but right beside it, it said, to where? There's just hopelessness in that system. Also, we found out that 60% of the service users, our households, have housing that is unaffordable. We also found that 38% of the households pay more than 60% of their income on rent. Now, we know CMHC says 30% you're at risk, 50% of your income you're at extreme risk. Single householders, of course, because of the OW and ODSP levels, were suffering the greatest, along with single parents, because you have children, you have more mouths to feed on unlimited income. And also, 11% indicated they would move, but most of them who said that said there was nowhere to go. Next page. I'll have to do it myself. Okay. I'm not even getting into 21, but in 22, throughout that year, the Emergency Food Network served almost 300,000 people. That's a 15% increase than the year prior. The number of households affected by household hunger is 106. That's another increase from 18% from the year prior. 38% of the people coming to a food bank are children, and that's a 28% increase from the year prior. Seniors, if you look at seniors and children, they're at the spectrum of the beginning and the end. Both of those ends are the most vulnerable part of that spectrum. Seniors up 7%, they're up 13%. Now, if you look at 38% of children, provincially, it's 1/3. Nationally, it's 1/3. And we're not done with that number yet. Let's just go back to the last 3 months in December. December is the huge month to connect with people in need in our community. Usually we're around 20,000, 22,000. We estimated 30,000 people would reach out. 34 were helped by all the emergency food centers. It also, in January, showed a 29% increase in the number of visits that I just finished talking about. This January also saw a 43% increase in children. Wow. That's a tough one to get through. Okay, so the next one. If you go to February, the numbers are not stopping. We're looking at a 2% over last January. That just passed 2 months ago. We're looking at 34% increase in visits overall in February. And again, this February saw a 42% increase holding for children going hungry in our community. If I was a photographer, I'd say this is the money shot, okay? When we're talking about food banking, when we're talking about people going hungry, we are talking about a rent-to-income ratio. Food banks have always said the income experienced by people, specifically on provincial programs, is probably, in my opinion, the root of all, probably a good 60% of the poverty going on in this community. So if you look at it, we have, hang on a second. Sorry. Go again. So if you look at this number, 2,639, these are people who pay over 50% of their income on rent. Over 50% is a slide rule. Some are paying 100%, some are paying 80%, but 50%, according to CMHC, says they're at extreme risk of homelessness. Who are these people? I can tell you right now the greatest people at risk are families. 63% are single parents or dual parent families with children. Of course, less money, more mouths to feed. The next one is also singles. Now, if you talk about, first of all, if we go back to the parents, that's 4,000 people. In a situation right now in Hamilton when we can ill afford to house another 100 today. So we have families at risk. We have single people who really have such marginal incomes. I don't even know how they're surviving. They're next in line. And then the rest is really couples and people couch surfing, all those other things that we can't really keep track of because they don't come into the food bank with any regularity. So when we talk about it, we can talk about what good is a homeless program if more people are going to spill into the street? This is a recipe for a trajectory going down. It is, I am losing my battle with poverty. This is what 4,000 people are telling us every day when they're coming into the food bank. Poverty is widening across 23 access points across Hamilton. People are coming that haven't come before. Those who are coming, our neighbors who are in need, who've always been in need, are now have to come more than once to actually get the foodstuffs they need. When I talk about this slide, it's very bothersome because I don't know how to ratchet it back. We have thrown 33 years of experience at it. I've called in every favor. We have working groups across the province and across Canada that do what I do here in Hamilton. And still, every community, not just across the province, but across Canada, is having these kinds of problems. So when I'm coming to you because I'm sounding the alarm. Never have I done that in 33 years. We were able to, we have done everything in our power possible. We've been to our donors. We've done double fundraising. We've gone on. And if the numbers continue to grow, I'm not sure how this network's going to hold. But I don't come here for anything other than a community service to let you know. That rubber band has been stretched since COVID so far. These committed agencies have come to the table every day knowing the odds. And still, they keep coming, and they keep helping as much as we can. There's only so much resources left. And I suggest that somewhere in your deliberations, there should be a contingency fund somewhere for when things are going a little bit out of sorts where you cannot bring them back from the normal means. I had to do this in 5 minutes, so it's very quick. But I wanted to say, first of all, thank you to all of the households and corporations, foundations in the city who came to the aid of these people, our people. And I wanted to say thank you. And I also wanted to say thank you to not just the city of Hamilton proper, but also to the health department. If it wasn't for their plans in the first year and a half of COVID, we don't even know whether we could have operated. They were so instrumental in how do we do things that I really have to do a shout out there. So I wanted to thank the city for their partnership, but I want to tell you, we're at a crossroads. I don't know what to do. It's going to take some energy and some resources we'll be working on in the next couple months, but it may be more than we can actually muster after 3 years of getting the job done. So this is why I'm here today, is just to sound the alarm bell. I hope we can pull it back. I'm just not sure after 33 years of looking at this situation.
And Joanne, before we get to any questions, I want to thank you for appearing today and giving, again, a very comprehensive report, but not only that, for all the work that you do to help people who are truly in need in our community. Thank you so much for your service and all your volunteers. We do have a speakers list. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Joanne, for being here and for, echoing your years and decades of dedication to Hamiltonians. Through the pandemic, there was an ability for municipalities to access emergency funding. Mm-hmm. And we often talk about the pandemic as a new stage of the pandemic. Many parts of society have moved forward, but in many aspects of society, we're still managing an insurmountable crisis that has been left behind as a result of the pandemic. So can you help us understand, so there was a bit of a buoy that we were able to access financially from the provincial government that our staff in healthy and safe communities was able to allocate towards the work that you and the network have been doing. So what was that able to sustain during that emergency period? First question.
What meaning? What are you speaking of?
What was it able to do?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The additional support and funding.
I'm going to tell you the first slide we had was everything. We threw everything we had at it.
Yeah.
If I can help you here. We threw everything we had at this. Well, one of the big things that came out of it is we had over 16 agencies coming together for 3 months, identifying what food gaps are in that system. And that's when we launched the Priority Food Project. Now, that Priority Food Project cost us $1 million, where usually we would spend $200,000 on food. It was $1 million. This is our third year coming up with $1 million. And it's actually $1.6 million. But because we get such great buys, we have a whole list of food suppliers helping us. We got it down from $1.6 million to $1 million. So it went into all of these things that we did over the course of COVID. Excellent,
thank you. And in being here today, thank you again for being here and sounding the alarm and saying that there is a necessity to secure the fabric, the net, the safety net that is this network.
And I think the greatest thing holding people into their homes. One of the greatest efforts in this community is keeping people housed. Well, all of the housing and people can, that report is going to be so massive when it comes down here. We have to help not get any more people into that system while they're working diligently and getting the housing we need.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much, Joanne.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Alex Wilson next.
Thank you. And through the chair, really, really grateful for the presentation and just the clear, like we are in a state of emergency. We have been for a while. You've been pulling things together, bootstrapping, doing what's possible. Now we're at an alarm sounding. The ask for emergency backstopping or for consideration of what that looks like is, I think, a really important one to consider. And I think you've also really made it clear the connections between food security and housing security on the flip side. So as opposed to reacting and responding to the crisis we're in, and we need to do that, especially given the, I think, the emergency point that you're saying we continue to be in and you're sending the alarm on. If there was to be major investment, if this was something to take a look at, are there things on the proactive side? You brought up rent to income as one of those biggest things, ensuring folks have access to income. Are there other types of things from your experience in the sector beyond the access to income that are really, really supportive from the other side? Not the reactive side, but the proactive, ensuring we're enabling food security.
Rent subsidies could help. You know, I think where I'm alarmed, my biggest alarm is back in the day, like food banks have been around 40 years. I've been around 33 of them. So as we start talking about what benefits did they give, you can talk a bit about they just needed a couple bags of food, you know what I mean, just to get by. And now they're at extreme risk of being homeless on a daily level. So I would say that what we have to look at is we don't want to repeat after 40 years that we're right back to now they still can't afford their house. We're giving everything we got, and now we're back to square one. All of it was for naught. And I refuse to give up and think that's possible. So rent subsidies, even if we can find a fund that actually going to help with the $1 million fund that we're doing, it's actually almost 2, but we got it down to 1, and we're not going with one, product less in that. So I would ask the city to on housing and homelessness. I brought this up in the committee. I'm on that committee, so I brought that up at the last meeting, and I'm hopefully to have that integrated somewhere, woven into some of the supports and prevention. That's where I'm going. So there might be some help there for us. I don't know. This is not about asking for money. It's really about sounding the alarm, letting you know we are doing as much as possible, but it might not be enough after this length of time. So rent subsidies is a good place to start.
Councillor?
Thank you, through the chair. That was really, really clear. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you very much. Hi, good afternoon. If I may just summarize what I think I've heard. I think you're telling us that income assistance and food security is housing policy. Is that?
Yes, they're all connected, yes. Mm-hmm.
And as a mother of 3 children, the fact that more Hamilton children are going hungry is, it's an emotional thing to hear. and I do not understand why it's within our band of acceptability. But I guess my question to you, if I could just read something, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario is also sounding the alarm on behalf of the over 400 municipalities in Ontario, I believe, and finally taking the gloves off, which for AMO is something. If I could read, today is budget day in Ontario. AMO's pre-budget submission highlights that the Government of Ontario's per capita spending on programming is the lowest in Canada at $2,000 less per person than the national average. It states that the homelessness crisis in Ontario is a direct result of decades of provincial underinvestment in areas such as affordable housing, community mental health, and income assistance programs. So my question to you is, and you can decline to offer an answer, what has been your relationship and communications like with Government of Ontario representatives from this area? Are they hearing the alarm?
In food banking, we are all kind of segmented out into local and provincial. Much of the provincial stuff that happens across goes by Feed Ontario, so we're not directly connected to that. But I can tell you that municipalities are listening, because if we have provincial programs that are our safety net, that are anything but safe and anything but a net, then we have a big problem. This municipality is going to keep paying over and over and over, and the costs are just going to get larger and larger. Why the hell are we doing that? Why are we doing that? Why isn't this chamber going to the province and said enough is enough? If we do not get those levels up, every municipality across this province and across Canada, and I'm on a phone call with hubs from all across province and all across Canada at least once a month, all of them are experiencing the exact same thing. So I can say to you, nothing will happen unless you start to repair that net or make inroads to that to start to happening. Then we're just going to be shelling out more money, getting bigger, bigger, and bigger. And who wants to be bigger? We're trying to become obsolete. And these programs are not allowing it. They're not allowing people to be safe. They're not allowing people to be housed. And they're not allowing children to be fed. So at some point, somebody has to get up there from this group and carry that message, or else it's just going to keep costing us over and over and over again.
Councillor?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I do know that I can't speak on behalf, of course, of this body, but I am familiar that this municipality and the head of this council has repeatedly made overtures and has been sounding the alarm. We are going to be hearing it today, and I think our city manager used the term tipping point.
Yes.
That all municipalities are at a tipping point in terms of our access to certain revenues and the costs that are befalling residents and their local governments, and trying to respond to these a horizon, a landscape, if you will, of despair. So if I could also ask you, are you getting back to children in poverty, are you familiar with any studies that tie childhood hunger with the ability or the odds of a life that is more secure? The relationship between educational performance, I think you referenced, yes. The relationship between academic performance and a life, frankly, out of poverty.
In my spare time, I read a lot at night. And I can tell you the opposite is true. I can tell you without investments, with children going hungry, they have cognitive impairments. And sometimes, they're not permanent. They're just fluctuating with the amount of food they're not receiving. If those bouts get longer and deeper, then their cognitive abilities will be permanently disabled. So that's answered your question if they don't do something. And I think parents, they're worried. They go to bed worried every night. We're slamming into a wall of need. That's what we're doing. We're absolutely slamming into it, hoping that somewhere it will give.
Thank you. Through the chair, my last comment or question then, from what I hear you saying, is that it's in our provincial and national best interest economically to invest in children and to ensure that they're not hungry, so that we don't incur, if not for moral reasons, then for economic reasons, that they're fully functioning and fully contributing. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Our next speaker is Councillor Kretsch, please.
Hello. Thanks so much.
Oh, there. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm over here. It's okay. I saw you scanning. It's okay. I'm wanting to touch on your comments with respect to our emergency preparedness. And so the city does have an obligation when it comes to being prepared for emergencies. And I think what I hear you're saying is that we're at the point where over the last few years, obviously there were emergency situations, and you foresee, if I understand it correctly, that we're going to be in more emergency situations when it comes to our ability to ensure that people have the basics when it comes to food security. Can you talk a bit more about where you see the city in terms of its responsibility to respond to in emergency situations you see coming forward in the future?
The city is a great partner of the Hungry in Hamilton, but I have to tell you, if the last iteration of homelessness funding, the only funding we have was taken and redistributed elsewhere, and I think that was the start of the slide, you know what I mean? But I got to tell you that if you just look down the road, you know what I mean? Our first juggernaut's going to be the end of June when kids get out of school. There are no child nutrition programs. People are going to need more food because their kids are at home. They're outside. They're playing. They're doing all kinds of things kids do. That's going to be the first kind of look-see what's happening there. At September, kids go back to school. They need clothes, they need books, they need all kinds of things. More expenses on households who can ill afford it. Then you get into the fall and the cold winter, and you have heating, clothes, winter clothes, boots. Kids grow out of their stuff every year. Then you see Thanksgiving, and that's just around the corner, is Christmas. So I can already see those pieces already, and we're going to continue to collect the stats, and hopefully it might go down a little. We'll see, but I don't see any impetus out there for that to happen.
Councillor.
Thank you so much for the answer. I appreciate your candor. Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you. That's it for members of the committee. The councillors who are visiting as observers, do they have any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you, Joanne, once again.
Thank you
all. You do a tremendous job. Later today, we will be filing a notice of motion that will talk about declaring an emergency for homelessness, mental health, and opioid addiction. I think you're hitting the bell correctly. This is now an emergency, and we have to stop talking and start acting. So thank you so much for
You're welcome.
coming here today.
I accept that. We have 16 agencies who are just not quitting. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
God bless. Our next speaker is item number 7.2, Ingrid Weisklaus, respecting recreational facilities approved at the February 16th, 2023 meeting. Are you here, Ingrid?
Hello, can you hear me?
There you are. Yes, we can hear you.
I never done this before. Should I start speaking?
Yes, please. I will time you when you begin speaking. You have 5 minutes. Take your time. You're with a bunch of friends here, so just think like you're having a coffee and chatting with people, okay?
All right, thank you. Sorry. Firstly, I want to thank you for granting me the time to speak here today. I would have liked to delegate in person, but I'm the primary caregiver to young children, so I will be reading my statement. I want to preface my topic by recognizing that as a 21st century city, we're faced with very emergent issues such as the increasing cost of living, the dismantling of the education system and healthcare, and the lack of affordable housing. I'm not addressing these pressing issues today. There are much better people than me who are doing exactly that. and many of them are in this room. What I am speaking about today is not negligible, though, and in a roundabout way, it touches on the question of what it's like to live in Hamilton in the year 2023. My topic is on recreation. My life is small. I move in small circles. I only learned to drive recently, and driving in Hamilton is not pleasant. The way I live life does not give me a full picture of Hamilton, but it does give me a pretty good picture of my immediate surroundings. I live in Dundas, and I have kids that are age 4 to 14. I homeschool, and I also have a child in the public school system. Children need to move and play, and mine are not an exception. As a parent, I have exhausted the programs that exist and found that the private offerings are not only extremely expensive, but often ableist, elitist, and competitive. Lately, I found something else. I found something wonderful, and I want to share it with you. I found ice. This winter, we frequented the skating arenas. I'm an immigrant. I come from a milder climate. I don't skate, but all my children skate. They're very strong skaters, and they love it. They learn to skate in the public arenas. This year, I went to the public arena in Dundas every week, twice a week, and I had the chance to observe and learn lots. It's a wonderful place where neighbors get to know each other and exercise together. There is a walking track used by seniors for the most part. I imagine that on slippery, icy days, this is actually the only option for seniors and anyone with mobility challenges. My kids skated, and winter made a bit more sense for us. They were able to move and enjoy themselves. After a few weeks, I realized that this wonderful place has some arbitrary limitations. For example, it is inaccessible to children who attend school. There is no scheduled skating for children who are occupied until 3 p.m. I have seen kids skipping school to get some ice time. I also learned that even though the arena is empty for most of the week, it is only open to the public for 4 hours total. Why it is closed to the rest of the week remains a mystery to me. The staff has no idea why this might be the case, but everyone I spoke to has said that it should be open much more. We talk about mental health and the need to exercise and play, but are we building any spaces that allow us to move? Are we even making use of the existing infrastructure in the city? Why are arenas not open more? What are they closed for months at a time? I spoke to several people who indicated that these spaces could actually be used for indoor sports such as soccer or roller derby during the off-season. I'm wondering why we're giving our publicly funded spaces to private companies that are then reselling the space to the public for unaffordable prices. It makes no sense that it's almost impossible to access the ice unless one has signed up for hockey or figure skating. There's so many things that we could be doing with little or no added cost. We collectively own these spaces. Let's get creative and make the arenas accessible to every kid, adult, and senior who wants to use them. I called the city and I was directed to other arenas that could be accessed during the week, but I think that we all know that travel is exclusionary for most children, for many parents with young children, for the carless, and many seniors, especially in winter conditions. I was also reminded of the outdoor skating rink, but this option is not for everyone. It is much colder and harder for young children to bear, and climate change has also made the conditions of outdoor ice increasingly unreliable. A good friend of mine jumped through endless hoops to establish a small rink in a local park, and this year she got 5 skatable days out of it. From a personal standpoint, I can relate that my parents, who are now seniors, decided to leave the city and the country after their retirement, taking their pension with them. Their life feels unaffordable and unwelcome here. As they put it, it's just not fun. I think they're right, and that privatization has taken the fun out of many things. A few months ago, there were some incidents of vandalism in the driving park. There was a lot of indignation, and the city approved a patrolling pilot program to deter further damage. What was lacking was action and compassion. If we want children or teens to love where they live, they need to love where they live. And we leave no space for them, no programming, no sense of belonging or importance. We cannot police frustration and sadness, but there are lots of things that we can do to address people's needs, such as the need for housing, for belonging, for care, and for play. Libraries and arenas might be the last bastions of free public spaces, and I want to thank you for keeping them, and also to ask you for more. Instead of cutting and punishing, ask us what we need, and let us imagine a city that invites its people to live out a better life. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingrid, for your very passionate presentation. Are there any questions or comments to Ingrid? Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you so much, Ingrid, for coming out today and sharing not just your experiences, but telling the story about how you experience your community and how you experience your children coming of age in our community through this lens of play and recreation. I think it's a really great lesson for all of us around this table to think about how when we invest in upstream places, when we have universal systems or supports that people can use with very few barriers or no barriers, it's so generative what comes out of that. And I think that's a lot of what you were hitting at, is people's connection to a place of home, people's connection to recreation and public health and pieces like that. And the concerns that you're sharing, all share, are not unique to coming into our office when it comes to the availability and the accessibility of recreation in Ward 13, but also across the city. I'm working with some city staff on how we can better engage with residents, just exactly how you asked. And so this is kind of my question to you. How do you want to, as a resident, as a mother, engage with the city on these issues? How do you want your feedback to be heard? How do you want to be talked to? And what do you think that process might look like to get some of this answers and to move some of these pieces forward?
Thank you, Councillor. Ingrid, please.
Thank you. Those are all great questions. Adam, I'm not sure how it can be instituted, but I think that it's important to first, in some way, communicate to the city that the spaces actually belong to us and that we're worth investing on, and that there are many possibilities to just invite into space, invite into a space to create and be able to imagine what the possibilities are with the infrastructure that we have. I think that there are lots of people that will be willing to volunteer, and beyond that, I think that a lot of things will be very low cost. They're already there. It's just a matter of being able to communicate somehow that they can be used in different ways. So what I'm seeing mostly is that the ICE is used through programs. And as I mentioned, they are very expensive. Not all kids feel comfortable in that setting. I think it's part of a larger issue. It's just the issue of, free, safe play, but also just having spaces that actually belong to the public that are not mediated by some, company that's profiting from this. So I don't know if that answers some of your questions, but.
Thank you, Ingrid. Councillor Wilson, please.
I think it really does answer the question. Inviting people into that creative process is something I hadn't considered, how we can reactivate or reuse spaces and using that as a prompt and engagement. That's I think a really exciting opportunity. I think some colleagues also have questions, so I'm gonna finish there, but really, really appreciate this, Ingrid, and just wanted to let you know that we do have some conversations in the works to keep this keep this idea on the agenda. Thank you.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions of our delegate? Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this delegation very much. I just want to make sure I heard you correctly on 3 main points or 3 examples you gave, so I can follow up with the appropriate questions to staff. I think you said to the delegate that there was no skating for children after 3 p.m. and some kids therefore were having to skip school in order to get some skating in. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, I mean, I don't want those kids to be singled out. They're great kids, and I get why they're doing that. But the only skating that happens right now is from 10 to 12 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. That's the arena in Dundas, the Cragmire Arena. Then there's an arena that's on Olympic Drive, but it's pretty hard to access for most people. It's there's no safe sidewalk to get there. And most kids, the other issue is most people don't actually know that this is happening. I called many, many times and I got no answer. And I just walked in one day and I found out about the hours, but most people have no idea that it's open. And when they do find out, they do come. I know of a lot of people that start coming on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And most people are working at that time and most kids are at school.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Thank
Councillor
you.
Wilson.
Thank you, through the chair. And then the second example that you gave, which is real life, is I think you stated that there were 4 hours allocated, 4 operating hours for, was that free skate or skate for children? I want to make sure I understand.
None of them are actually geared to children. So it's just open skate time. I think there's an extra hour for seniors in the morning. I think it's 9 to 10. For the general public, it's 10 to 12 on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. And one last final question of clarity, seeking clarity. Your third point was what policy do we have that gives over public recreational space or cultural space for purchase private use, and in so doing, further squeezes out public access. Did I hear that point correctly?
Yeah, and I guess that's some of my kids go to figure skating actually once a week, and not even all of my kids, some of my kids do, and it's over $1,000 for 3 months. And it's a stretch for a lot of people.
Councillor.
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that with us, and the insights as a caregiver and having to try and support an active life for your children, issues of access, not only access into the building, but getting to the building. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions from committee members? Any questions from our guests? Ingrid, thank you very much for your presentation. You did very well, so you should be proud of yourself. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Thanks.
Our next speaker is item 7.2 on your agenda, councillors. It's Jean Fair, respecting radio separation and moratorium, and item 10.2, Arcleton delay mitigation and interim plan for homelessness system service levels for single women, HSC 23019. Jean, come on down. I'll remind you, Jean, just make sure the microphone's really close to your mouth and you'll be ready to roll. As soon as you begin speaking, we begin timing. Okay. Take your time.
Good afternoon, Chair Clark and councillors. I'm Jean Fair from the Stinson neighbourhood in Ward 3. My purpose today is to discuss the future of Old Cathedral High School at 378 Main Street East and the future of the Stinson neighbourhood. My partner and I don't want to leave the home that we have poured our love and labour into. Great neighbours, easily walkable to the core, and in the middle of 3 hospitals. An article updated in February 2020 said, the affordable housing flagship, consisting of a consortium of more than 20 public and private sector partners, citizens, organizations, and volunteers, reported that group homes and residential care facilities, or RCFs, add to the fabric of a livable neighborhood, demonstrate inclusivity and connectedness among citizens, and are not a detriment to a neighborhood. But I recommend that you remember rule number 1, all things in moderation. We need our council to keep that in mind. City staff argued over a decade ago that the oversaturation of RCFs in a concentrated area can institutionalize a neighborhood's residential character, and that the dispersion of RCFs throughout the city as a whole is desirable so that the residents in these facilities can live in a relatively calm residential atmosphere rather than an overly institutional environment. Unfortunately, without an accurate central registry of facilities, the will of City Hall, and a workable plan for the entire city now and well into the future, services are simply placed in desperation where it's most convenient. Until the city, social housing participants, and community residents can formulate an actual plan for the whole community, we're as a ship without a rudder, of benefit to few, if any. While we all see the housing and financial problems before the city, it is discriminatory on a grandiose level to have repeatedly, without the required consultation of the locals, placed so many housing facilities and services into Ward 3, pre-approved and with funding arranged. The impacts of this, combined with the opioid crisis, are already far-reaching and are taking their toll. Some locals are witnessing drug dealing, thefts, car break-ins, etc. Hamilton Council, in authorizing and or endorsing the relocation of mission services in Wesley to Ward 3 and positioning the only 2 CTS sites here as well, fell in line with HUPEG's wish to sanitize the entertainment area. Effectively, Ward 3 was sacrificed to save the core. It's a sad situation for everyone in this city at every level, a moral failure, a demonstration that the city isn't part of the social contract, and a total disrespect for the locals. There's no plan for anyone here to thrive. I ask this board to declare a moratorium on all social housing and services for high acuity and addicted individuals in the Stinson neighborhood, plus the 300 meters north of Main, which abuts Stinson. Verify that Good Shepherd Shelter will cease operations at 46 West Avenue South, is the emergency shelter, on April 30th, 2024, per COO Catherine Kalinowski's March 21st statement to Stipley residents. Stinson residents, and ensure that the Wesley facility coming to 467 Main Street East house only refugees, because mixing traumatized refugees and those with opioid issues makes success for either group difficult. A community meeting was proposed with Wesley to discuss the 20 to 30 people with addiction issues, but there was no response. On February 4th, 2022, TV Amoro quoted GM Thorne regarding hats. GM Thorne said, "One challenge with the McDonald's site is a radial separation restriction that doesn't allow shelters within 300 meters of each other. The Salvation Army's booth center on York Boulevard is within that distance," end of quote. Regarding Old Cathedral High School, 3 residential care facilities are less than half of the required radial distance from lot line to lot line, including Gerald Day Lodge at 418 Main Street East, East Avenue Place at 65 East Avenue, and St. Patrick's Lodge at 90 Emerald Street South. Through the chair, I wanted to ask GM Thorne, who's not here as far as I know, as head of bylaw enforcement, to enforce the existing radial separation bylaw for Old Cathedral High School to be effective June 1st, 2023, following the current residents' departures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of our delegate? Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Chair. No questions, Jean, just thank you. So you posed questions directly to a staff member. So what I can do is commit to a response from General Manager Thorne on the 2 questions that you've asked here publicly.
Just for the record, I've asked him on several occasions via email to declare radial separation. I've asked him for advice on how to do it, who to talk to. I've never had any response.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions for Jean? Seeing none, thank you, Jean, for your presentation today. I appreciate it. Item 7.3 on our agenda, and before I get to that, any of our guests who are virtual, please don't use the chat line for comments. It's actually there for city business. It's not for delegates that are appearing virtually. The next guest is Manny Figueroa, President and CEO of the YMCA of Hamilton, Burlington, and Brantford, regarding programs and services the YMCA delivers to support homelessness prevention and an overview of the complexities and challenges facing the delivery of services at their 174-bed men's transitional living residence at 79 James Street South in Hamilton. Manny, good to see you. Oh, you're not on. There you go. Oh, you were. Now, try it again.
Okay.
There
Listen,
you go.
Thank you for the opportunity. My privilege to be here to address this committee. And I want to position this. I've been 1 year in this privileged role as the CEO president of the YMCA of Hamilton, Burlington, Brantford. And I want to, 2 outcomes I'm hoping for today is 1, to bring greater awareness that the YMCA is an integral partner with the city to achieve the mission that you've set out around a great place to raise a child and everyone to age successfully. And we're more than a gym and swim. And many times we haven't done a great job sort of sharing the preventative work we've done. So I wanted to sort of highlight, when you look at the city's mission in terms of what we do in terms of employment supports in this community, the prevention work we do there. As you may or may not know, helping our Ukrainian families, working with many other partners in terms of settlement, and many years ago with the Syrian newcomers and refugees who are coming here, the incredible work the team who is here does. In addition, around early intervention, around affordable licensed childcare, integral part to support families and future success of our young people. In addition, we have expanded our youth intervention supports immensely in response to what we're seeing, the research telling us about the lockdown generation. So point in case, we've expanded programs such as alternate suspension programs to support youth in early prevention, because there's no stigma in coming to a Y program and doing that work, in addition to the mental health situation of our young people and the impact when you talk to school boards, and I have firsthand experience in terms of what they are seeing in terms of mild to moderate anxiety levels in youth they didn't see before. We're not playing in the treatment group, but in this pathway of services, we are playing, rightfully so, in a program called Y Mind that came out of Vancouver. And that program is expanding drastically. That's just to name a few that have grown this fall. In addition, I have here called centers of community instead of using the word gym and swims, but you're familiar with our 3 health and fitness areas, and we're trying to change sort of that location and spaces so our young people and our people who are aging seniors have a place to come, and we're seeing a massive increase of people coming back to our facilities, which is great news. So those 5 I highlighted are really aligned to the plan that the staff is sort of bringing forward around ending sort of the crisis, the homelessness, the affordability gap is so much about quality living. So this work we do around prevention and the strategy around accommodation supports. But the 6th bubble here is around our men's residence. And I want to highlight a bit about that because many people in our community don't know sort of the work we do in the men's residence, how many people we serve. But before I get there as well, YMCA is a charity, and we rely heavily on an annual basis on the generosity of many people, including the partnership with the city, who gave us $90,000 during outbreaks in our men's residence during the COVID. But on an annual basis, you can see over 8,600 people are served with assistance. We don't turn anyone away. In terms of 1.9 million funds raised annually through our generous donors to support these subsidies. And in addition, there's about over 2,000 donors who contribute to the YMCA, to that charity. We could not meet the needs without the generous donors. But let me talk about this piece around the strategy. We're involved in emergency response around men's transitional housing right here on James Street, just a block away. One of the key performance indicators for this program was, many decades ago, is how many men can you transition from this transitional housing into affordable housing. Now the key performance indicator is how many men can you transition out of homelessness. And they're staying with us. So you look at the number there, 174 beds. Our waiting list is over 200 individuals, many of them with acute challenges, paying just over $400. And if they can't afford to pay that, we have over $100,000 worth of our subsidy going towards the men's residence. And I'm going to read every number there for you, but I think what's really alarming is the comorbidity issues we're seeing with our men, and I'm going to show you some more data. My presence since in last year, around 6 people who have died just on our wellness checks in their beds because of some of the lack of some of the services they require. And I think what's really critical here to point out is the average age of the men who are accessing our men's residence. And 90% of them don't have access to primary care. Over 3/4 around severe mental health issues or diagnosed mental health issues. And I won't read all the data there for you. You can see it yourself. So why am I here today? My question as the new CEO coming after 1 year is always about how is the YMCA currently responding to community needs and making sure we're staying relevant. The next question is, how can we sustain it? What can we sustain and what can't we sustain? So when I look at about our need in the men's residence that was built in the 1950s, we know the capital refurbishments is huge. And I say this with all the respect to who I have an older sister who lived on the streets for 2 years who suffers from severe bipolar. And I know the need is so great, but when I think about living with integrity, this is not a best practice model, right? Where you have no kitchens, you have communal bathrooms, we have an aging population, and in terms of inclusion and equity, in terms of who identifies as male, and also around accessibility. But is it better than being on the street? For most, for most say yes. In terms of our on-site mental health support, our staff does incredible work each day, and I'm still in wonder and awe when I see how they respond to the best of their ability. But the intensity of support and the wraparound services we require as the need has evolved and changed is greater. And again, around food security, as you just heard from a previous partner who delegated. So I see the model there on the website around strategies for ending homelessness. We play predominantly in the prevention and accommodation support strategies. And we have an ecosystem around that. And when we welcome our young people into that ecosystem, they're successful because a program might begin and end, but there's another pathway to get service within our ecosystem. However, we are in the emergency response, crisis response mode in our men's residence. And the question is always, are we telling our story about who we are, and do people really know what we do around this? And there's 220 men waiting to get in. And we don't have the space. And can we sustain this long term? Long term being the next 5 years. How do we sustain this? As an organization, we're still recovering like many organizations. In 2022, we had a $3.2 million deficit budget. I was recovering from the closures. So my one outcome was to bring awareness to who we are as a community partner and how we support the vision of the city. And the other piece was the ask is around clarity on process. And you see the question there around what is the process around obtaining some operational support dollars from the municipality, as other great partners have been able to access in going to the 2023 budget process. So that's my second sort of question to ask for clarity. Don't expect a response today, but I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Manny? Seeing none, Vice Chair Wang, if you could take the chair for a second, please.
Go ahead.
Manny, I appreciate your presentation today, sincerely. What's your capital need?
Yeah, so when I think of those three buckets you see on that slide, infrastructure, wraparound, and food security, you're looking at about $2 to $2.5 million annually to sustain that piece. The capital need is a great question on an annual basis to try to maintain the current infrastructure. We're probably around $1 million to try to maintain and put Band-Aids on what we have. But the broader discussion is a broader discussion around what will our downtown presence be in the next 5 to 10 years in terms of facility, and will it include a men's residence, and are we the best players to be in the space? Are the questions being asked as we think long term?
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Manny mentioned a $3.2 million deficit. Was it for last year, the last 2 years? Can you provide more information about that deficit?
Mr. Figueiredo?
Yeah, absolutely. Timing is great. We just went to our Audit and Risk Committee this week. So when I arrived in March, it's a calendar year, the YMCA of Hamilton, Burlington, Brantford passed a budget of a $3.2 million deficit. We surpassed that deficit. It was almost double that amount in 2022 as we were recovering. And currently we passed for 2023. We passed a balanced budget for 2023 minus depreciation of some of our assets to try to get back on track. So we are seeing some great trending in terms of some of our social enterprises, like our health and fitness areas that greatly subsidize, and our donors continue to be generous. But our our debt continues to fluctuate on an annual basis, anywhere between $2 to the $4 million range.
Thank you, Councillor.
Prior to COVID, if I clarify, there was a surplus.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry about that, but Councillor?
Thank you. I thought I heard you say in your presentation, and it won't be the first time I'm wrong, that you have a waiting list of 229 men who need transitional services. Did I hear that accurately?
Mr. Figueiredo?
Thank you. Through the yes, accurately, we have 221 individuals awaiting application on our wait list for the men's residence, and we currently have 174 men, which accounts for every bed at this point in time.
And do you have, sorry, Vice Chair, do you have any additional capacity that you can, all of our partners seem to be trying to squeeze in beds, and how are you handling that?
So do we have, first part of your question, do we have additional capacity? No, we don't, because we're at full capacity. And again, the spaces they're in are very small rooms with only a bed in each space, with communal bathrooms in each level and laundry services on a few levels. So how do we address the waiting list? Based on need, not always the first come, first serve, but they're based on need and severity of the men. But we do not have more capacity at this point in time.
Councillor?
Thank you for that. I guess it's my turn to answer your question. So if you're in need of support from the municipality, the person to speak to, Angie, you want to wave your hand up? Angela Burden, she's the general manager. And beside her is Michelle Baird. You can reach out to them and have a discussion about the programs that you're offering and the support that you are looking for. We can't always guarantee that we can assist, but I think it's important that we have a more holistic vision as to what is transpiring in our community, especially when it comes to transitional housing and homelessness and emergency shelters. Thank you, okay. Vice Chair. Thank you, Manny, for your presentation. Okay. Vice Chair. Sorry. Councillor Tom Jackson. Sorry. Manny, come on down, please. Sorry, my fault. While I was flipping over to see what was next on the agenda, I missed Councillor Tom Jackson.
Not at all.
Councillor Jackson.
Not at all, Chairman Clark, but see, we've gone to digital from the old-fashioned name cards that we had up until yesterday, so you're fully forgiven, no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Manny, good to see you again. Always enjoyed working with you with the Hamilton Wentworth Public Board and the trusteeship of your Board of Governors as well, and yourself and your leadership from the bureaucracy standpoint. Congratulations on your new job. Can I get clear on your last slide, please, with your request on process? Has the YMCA never received any annual operating sustainable funding from the City of Hamilton? Through you, Chair Clark, please.
Thank you. Councillor Manny, please.
Yeah, to be clear, I'm looking at my team there, and the answer I was told, I've been here a year, the answer is no, but we did receive, during the outbreak, during COVID, $90,000 to support some food security. But to answer your question, no, we have not.
Wow, all four heads up in the gallery with you, they all quickly shook their heads in the negative. So that was a unanimous answer there. I'm very, well, this is interesting and enlightening news for me, Manny. So what you're asking for today, obviously, I'm sure in light of recent funding approval announcements and historical funding arrangements we've had, Chair Clark, with other great agencies and organizations in our city, you're simply asking, help me to start the process and get engaged and work with the right department that ultimately may result in some hypothetical future support. Through you, Chair Clark, is that the essence of your presentation, Mr. Figueiredo?
Thank you. Councillor Manny, please.
Yes, then let me ask some clarity. As part of my entry plan, I did meet with Angie Burden and the staff to bring greater awareness. Part of the ownership is a collective ownership. One is the Y needs to do a better job telling their story and putting their need and hence why I'm here. And this, so staff is aware and is already engaged with us, and we need to be at some strategic tables that we haven't been historically at, and when it comes to this pathway of support. And the second piece is, yes, understanding maybe the process that the governance structure goes through with in terms of what fund. At some point I wondered and if there was an opportunity that we as a staff missed. So I'm seeking clarity, and so yes.
I appreciate the sincerity of that. And overall, the YM has had overall presence in our city, what, a good 100 years? Or am I just embellishing a little bit through you, Chair Clark? And that's my last question.
Yeah, I mean, the Y has been around over 170 years, but in terms of locally, yes, over 100 years presence.
Terrific. Hope our relationship is beginning a new era, Mr. Figueredo, with yourself and the corporation of the city. Thank you, Chair Clark.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Our next speaker is Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thanks, and thanks very much for your presentation. Yeah, and I live just a block and a half away from the YMCA and have been by that location lots of times in the past, not since you've been there. I wanted to ask you about the surplus you talked about before COVID, and if you could unpack a little bit about the challenges that you faced that created a deficit, because I think I heard you say that before COVID there was a surplus, and then after COVID there was not a surplus. I may have misheard you, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to kind of expand on that a little bit.
Thank you, Councillor. Manny, please.
Yes, listen, in my one-year limited experience, but yes, there was a surplus budget. 4 lockdowns had a great impact. And during those lockdowns, there were some strategic decisions made whether, we could sustain staff. There were times that staff were laid off. So yes, we appreciated the grants that came in, but they didn't, sort of balance the needs or revenues that we lost. Even so much so, the last lockdown in January 2022, which I wasn't in that role, but was dealing with from a different perspective. The Y at that time decided, from a recruitment retention, things were closed for 2 weeks, but they did not lay off staff because we had to be prepared. And one of the things we prepared for, and especially in our child care sector, to build confidence in our community, we opened up programs at much lower ratios because we know there was a need for community to have child care. So as an organization, that's our mission. So we've opened programs at a loss to support the recovery for our community. So right now, yes, there is a deficit and a debt.
Right.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. And through the chair, that's really helpful for you to unpack that a little bit. What kind of reporting do you usually do to the city, out of curiosity, if you do any that would identify those kinds of changes in the nature? I know you obviously received some funding, like you talked about $90,000 in funding. Was there a greater ask in that, and you were only able to receive $90,000? I'm just trying to understand the generative conversations that happen and sort of how those get disseminated.
Thank you, Manny.
Yeah, so in full transparency, I wasn't there. I don't think there was a greater ask, to my knowledge, as I look at my team, but so I don't think there was a greater ask. So I think that's part of the highlight of us being a more strategic partner in terms of putting our needs. But probably in the past, prior to COVID and lockdown, probably wasn't of concern financially until it is now.
That's really, really helpful. So I understand what you're saying is that it wasn't as great of a need until COVID came along. And then there's, of course, been some things that have been kind of piling on one another, if I understand it correctly, right? So COVID created a situation where it went from a surplus to not only a deficit, but a debt. And those things happened at a really rapid rate because of the various lockdowns you went through and because of the way that funding changed. So thanks for explaining that change. That's really helpful. The third question is about specifically about consumption and treatment sites and safe injection and safe supply on your site. So you talked about the age of the building. You said that, look, this building is old. We have all kinds of problems. We don't have kitchen facilities there. We don't have, we have common washroom facilities. Do you see there being a site, a capability at the site you currently have for operating something similar to what the YMCA has in terms of like a safe consumption site and a safe supply site? Or is that something that would have to go through the capital refurbishments project you talked about? I'm just kind of wanting to understand how you envision that.
Manny?
Oh, yeah, through to the councillor, it's a really broad discussion around our presence downtown because the men's residence is attached to the health and fitness. So some people, it's not a standalone, so they integrate. So is there a lot of potential on that site? Yes. When you think about what the zoning has been approved for and how the airspace above could be capitalized, yes, but the men's residence is a discussion in partnership with what will happen to our Center of Community and Health and Fitness as well. But what we do know, we're situated in a great location. our asset. We own the land, so it's a great place to be. And maybe the best place to re-envision what that might looks like is exactly where we are.
Councillor.
Thank you. And this is a little bit of naivete on my part, so apologies in advance. But I know that the YMCA and the YWCA are practically across the road from each other, for those who aren't really super familiar with the location. I know that the YWCA, for instance, is at the table, and they have a large communal kitchen there. And in the sort of concert of cultural things that go on between the YMCA and the YWCA, and I don't know what those are, so pardon the quagmire maybe stepping into, but do you think there's partnership possibilities in terms of facility use, facility sharing between these organizations with respect to the kind of food and kitchen facilities you talked about? I'm just curious to understand from your perspective, like where you see that synergy or where you see opportunities there for those kind of conversations in the future, if they exist, because maybe it's some cultural reason why they don't.
No, so let me just give a context to that. In some jurisdictions, the YM/YWCA is the organization. Historically, the partnership hasn't been strong, but when I came on, Denise Christopherson and I met around a partnership, and we started our first joint program called Project Search with youth on the spectrum of cognitive needs around a transition program that actually lives in both buildings where they get their internships. We are open to any conversation with any partner because we can't do this alone. None of us can do this alone. And there are great synergies, but we don't want to duplicate, right? Who's best situated to provide what service for what population and to make sure that we're being as efficient as we can? So the answer to that is we started these conversations, and the YW does incredible work in our community. I visited the Putman Place in terms to see what they're doing for women who from domestic violence and their families. It's fantastic. So the answer is yes, in terms of always open to those conversations and partnerships.
Thank you so much, and thanks as someone who's doing this work in my neighborhood. I appreciate it and appreciate greatly your presentation today.
Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Hi, Manny. Mr. Figueroa, I should see your whole title. Quick question around your demographics. So, men serving agency. Any more details there in terms of equity deserving communities?
So thank you for raising that question. One of the things we've done around not just this program, all programs, when we think about our new annual operating plan, was about the question, do we know we're serving communities who've been currently and historically underserved, and how do we know? Because typically waiting list is first come, first serve. That doesn't give a great equity perspective in terms of how we meet the needs of the community. So now with our data piece, this program or any program, when we do have waiting lists, we actually have a database that looks at populations, area codes, and we're using the one variable around family income as one indicator, because we know there's a correlation between income, household, and need. Now that's how we're approaching. We set targets to make sure that we're actually, when we say yes to people or reaching out, that we're actually serving where our presence hasn't been as strong. And we use the same protocol here. But one of the challenges in terms of the design of the building is that it's for men, and if there are people who identify as male who've transgendered, this would not be an ideal location because of the physical space and how it was created in the 1950s.
Councillor?
Thank you. That's it.
Any further questions from our committee members? Seeing none, Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Chair, and just visiting committee today. I appreciate the being able to be involved. Quick question through you, is the 174 bed facility right now, would you be able to tell us today what your annual operating cost is? Do you know that number?
Manny?
Yeah, I don't know that off the top of my head, but we can definitely provide that for you.
Okay, thank you. It's not really a question, Chairman, but I think there's a specific ask here from the delegate to understand what is the process for accessing city funding. And I think that is a direct result of the $2.6 million annual funding that the city just awarded to the YWCA, along with the YW's additional $4 million capital ask. So I think perhaps for this committee, it would be worthwhile referring that question specifically to staff to have an answer of what is the process, because to be honest, I don't know what the process is either. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We will do so. Any further questions for Manny? Thank you very much for appearing today, Manny, and I really appreciate you enlightening us on the services that you and your excellent team are providing in Hamilton. Thank you very much. 7.4, Catherine Kalinowski, James Moulton, Sean McKeegan, Salvation Army, Good Shepherd and Mission Services, respecting item 8.1, ending chronic homelessness, HSC 23021 for today's meeting. Come on down, gang. Perhaps we should start with introductions so that everyone knows who is who.
Certainly. My name is Sean McKeegan. I'm from Mission Services. I'm joined today by James Moulton from the Salvation Army and Catherine Kalinowski from the Good Shepherd.
Thank you. Yep. Sometimes the technology has glitches. Okay, go ahead, James.
Sean, thank you. I'm here today with my partners from the Salvation Army and Good Shepherd. We are sharing our brief delegation time because this is not about a particular shelter or agency, but rather about an essential community system that is facing some critical challenges. Recently, the emergency shelter system has been described as a system on the verge of collapse, and that is accurate. While those who have worked in the system know all too well the challenges we've faced for years, the past 3 have laid bare just how dire the circumstances are that the system is attempting to navigate today. We won't be able to cover all of the pressures and challenges the system is facing, but we can touch on a few. Chronic underfunding, and that is to say the funding that the province commits to addressing homelessness and delivering these essential services has remained stagnant for years. Hamilton's emergency shelter system has not had a funding increase since 2014. This, despite continually increasing costs incurred by service providers, the increasing demand born from evolving community needs like the drastic loss of affordable housing and supportive housing options, the devastation of the opioid crisis, the pandemic and all of its associated pressures, the rapidly accelerating cost of housing, food prices, and the overall cost of living. All of these are contributing to increases in downward pressure on the emergency system, but shelters specifically. Inflow to homelessness is increasing. The Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness, in their effort to push for a national housing benefit, has described this as a wave of new homelessness. The lack of capacity in the women's shelter system has been a focus of advocacy for years, and despite the creation of women's overflow beds during COVID, women's emergency shelters operate over capacity virtually all of the time. We are seeing an explosion in demand for family shelter beds, with Hamilton's only family shelter averaging a 118% occupancy rate over the past year and turning families away on average of 78 times a month. Notre Dame Youth Shelter had an average capacity of 84% over the past 6 months, a near 30% increase over the 6 months prior to those. Occupancy pressures are not just about physical space. The demands placed on front-facing staff and their ability to support individuals and families in navigating their way out of crisis has been severely compromised. The frustration and moral despair that turning people away creates for shelter workers has been terrible. The fear and hopelessness we witness in people we are committed to serving is untenable, and the lack of access to emergency shelters can tear families apart, can place people, especially women, Indigenous people, members of the 2S LGBTQ community, and people living with disabilities at significant risk of physical harm, violence, and even death. Exits to housing are slowing, and emergency shelters and the staff delivering those shelter supports long operating at or over capacity are trying to backstop pressures that are spilling over from other equally challenged sectors like healthcare, immigration, and corrections. The critical staffing issues we're facing is that every time a staff in this system is lost, be it to low compensation or burnout, we don't just lose the staff person, we also lose their capacity. We lose their knowledge, their experience of not just their roles, but of the system as a whole and how best to navigate it. We cannot replace those kinds of losses overnight. Building back knowledge and capacity takes time. Coordinated access systems only work when you have the ability to effectively coordinate that access, and we are not there. However, in the face of these extraordinary pressures, we're still seeing successes, at least enough that we can be hopeful. Early intervention, outcome-focused harm reduction, and housing-focused sheltering are all examples of work being done in our emergency shelters to help end homelessness. These are outcome-focused interventions or approaches that are working. They maximize what we do have, they leverage every available resource, and they are scalable. Emergency shelters can be engines to help drive an end to homelessness, but not on their own, not without resources, and not without support. There is strong evidence that homelessness prevention and early intervention work well by reducing the number of people entering shelter or staying for extended periods of time. The housing-focused sheltering approach has proven it can be incredibly effective as well. The intentional 24/7 case management approach works to help an individual or family locate and secure housing. And the other key is that those staff work to coordinate access to the community-based services and supports that are right for the individual or family to be successful in their new housing based on what they need. Coordinating access is not just coordinating access to housing or housing supports. It's everything. Supports for income, employment, health and mental health, addictions, social and recreational needs, and many more, all of which we know that when available and accessible can help strengthen not only someone's attachment to their housing, but also their community. Before you today is a report that reflects the collaboration of the City of Hamilton and its community partners. The path to ending homelessness requires innovative partnerships to build and maintain a nimble and responsive systems approach, and it requires the investment of resources in the right place at the right time. The emergency shelter system urgently requires such an investment. We need the province to come through. We need the federal government to come through. And we want to partner with the city and council in making that happen. Housing is a human right. Our collective goal within the emergency shelter system is to see that right fulfilled for every member of our community. Our goal is to see the size and scope of the emergency shelter system reduced as quickly as possible so that the resources we currently require can be reinvested into providing support and opportunities for every member of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Committee members, do you want to hear from all three delegates first and then ask questions? Looking around. Yes, okay.
My apologies, Chair. I was speaking for all three of us. We are all available to answer questions if you have any.
That's even quicker.
We packaged up our remarks for expediency. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. It's probably my fault too, so don't worry about that. Okay, so we're opening the floor up to questions. Councillor Nan, you're up first, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you for the joint submission and delegation today, and for joining in, I think, what is necessary. You said it already in terms of a collaborative approach in this municipality to address chronic homelessness from a comprehensive integrated framework. One that sees the needs from an equity lens, but also from a justice lens, but fundamentally is resting in the belief that housing is what everybody deserves. It is a human right. So through you, Chair, the question is, I often hear from residents in the community who don't need to access shelter services about concerns that the municipality is being asked to continue to provide funding for shelters. From your collaborative framework, where do you see the role of shelters currently, or where do you see the role of shelters in the forecast? And is the goal to eventually get rid of shelters altogether?
Who wants to tackle that one? Sean?
Through the chair, I would say that in what you'll see in the staff report, there is a good graphic at the end of the report that the staff has prepared. And shelters, when we think about their long-term placement in a housing and homelessness system really should be right-sized with, bookended rather by robust prevention supports and housing supports. The emergency shelters should, when effective, operate like a flow-through service. Very limited stays, brief, infrequent, non-recurring, and they can be when those investments, like you'll see in the graphic, I'm sure, when those investments in front of and at the end of are appropriately resourced.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker. Any further speakers? Seeing none, Vice Chair, if you can take the chair for me, please.
Go ahead.
Sean, you spoke about coordinated access. Can you just, I guess, provide a definition and what that means in light of the work that you're doing every single day?
Through the chair, it's important to view it two ways. Coordinated access is a system, it's a thing. But inside of that system, the importance is in coordinating the access. It very much is an action. Participants in systems like ours, as robust and large as they are, require a level of expertise amongst staff to ensure that they know how to right-match people to the supports that exist. Coordinating access, the action inside of a coordinated access system to ensure that people are matched appropriately, rightly to the services that are going to help expedite an end to their homelessness experience and ensure that that end is sustainable is really what we're talking about when we think about coordinated access. So certainly systems that talk about primary and secondary and ancillary type supports, but I would encourage you to think about it as an action, that coordinating access is critically important. I don't know if that answers your questions. I hope
it does. Thank you very much. Vice Chair, if I can proceed. I have heard, I have been briefed by folks like yourself that your services are experiencing perhaps unprecedented challenges when it comes to retention of your employees. Would one of you care to comment on what you've been experiencing so that councillors and our staff are aware?
Certainly. The recruitment and retention landscape in emergency shelters, and this is a global experience in many sectors, but in 30 years, I have to say I've never seen anything like what we're dealing with at this point. And there are a number of factors involved. Certainly, we've seen some exit from the employment landscape generally, especially since the advent of COVID. We are also dealing with a landscape that I think is almost dystopian in terms of homelessness in this community. My colleague spoke about the moral despair of people who are doing this work and spend more time turning people away or telling them that they can't find the resources they need than they do actually celebrating excellent outcomes with them. And I think that that has an impact. I think there's a current factor that is really significant, and everything isn't about money, but the fact of the matter is the shelter system, while we are asking shelter workers, front-facing shelter workers, to work shifts 24/7, work the holidays, and do this increasingly complex work, we are simply unable to pay a competitive wage. I will tell you, for Good Shepherd, as an example, we often have our shelter staff recruited by the City of Hamilton. It's a destination. So a starting shelter worker at $19 or $20 an hour, as opposed to a city employed OW worker, for example, starting at $30+ an hour. These are the problems that we're facing, not just with the city, but there are so many opportunities for people to do work that is equally challenging or actually easier and in more commodious circumstances than an emergency shelter, where people can be paid more. We despair we're a living wage employer at Good Shepherd, and we despair at how close to that line we are paying people who have post-secondary education, college diplomas, undergraduate degrees, and in many cases graduate degrees, and they're making close to a living wage. The margin between the people who do the work and the people they're serving is dangerously close. And we want to be raising everybody up. It's not a matter of maintaining those margins. It's a matter of valuing the incredible work that people in shelters do out of passion, out of dedication, out of commitment to social justice, and setting standards in our community and in our province for what is a reasonable wage.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you, Vice Chair. We are experiencing some real challenges in our municipality when it comes to not just homelessness, but mental health issues and opioid addiction. How is that impacting, or how are you experiencing that in the shelters?
This is a big and complex issue, and there's lots of community discussion going on, which I absolutely applaud, because these are not issues that when we talk about a drug poisoning crisis, when we talk about an opioid crisis, that is exactly what we're dealing with. It is devastating. And I think we have, as a community, some sort of stereotypical ideas of what that looks like. And the fact is, this is reaching into every aspect of our community, impacting individuals, couples, and families over and over again, and people are dying. How does it impact the emergency shelter system? Well, a significant portion of people who are living with addiction concerns are housing precarious and/or homeless, and are likely to be in our systems. The fact is that a significant proportion on every night in our men's and single women's and in family and in youth shelters, there are significant proportions of people who are active substance users. And so what do we see? We see overdoses. We see the implementation and struggling and striving to come to be competent and up to date on harm reduction practices. We see staff having to respond to overdoses on a regular basis. We see the trauma that inflicts on other people around them. The cost to life, the cost to hope is beyond description.
Thank you for that answer. Councillor?
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I imagine I'm coming up to the end of my 5 minutes. Just a brief comment. I do want to thank our delegates today. They were gracious enough to meet with me virtually. And then I had an opportunity of touring and visiting the shelters in our municipality and seeing firsthand the crisis, and I'm arguing that it's no longer a crisis, it's now a state of emergency. What we're seeing in our community, we have never, and I repeat, never seen before. The amount of homelessness, the amount of addictions, the amount of mental health issues that employees in these shelters are dealing in 24 hours a day. And if you can imagine having to turn people away, and if you're a social worker or a PSW or just a good employee, how that feels to know that you're having to turn people away and send them to a warming center because they don't have a bed and they don't have 3 meals that night. They're experiencing things that most residents in the city of Hamilton never see. We live comfortably in our giant homes. We live comfortably watching our televisions at night. We can get up and go and grab a coffee, make ourselves a sandwich, go back down, sit down and watch CNN or Survivor, whatever you want to watch. The challenge that we are seeing is that most of our population are separated many degrees from what's transpiring on the streets of our city and in the shelters. So I want to thank them on a personal level for everything that they're doing. and I appreciate the insight that they have provided me, and I will continue to do what I can here as a councillor and on this committee to assist wherever we can. So thank you very much. And with that, Vice Chair, I'll take the chair back.
Back to you.
Any further comments or questions around the table? Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Thank you to the delegates. Just an FYI, Chair, my request to speak is not working, so I will...
Just wave at me.
Thank you. Really appreciate this delegation. It's very hard to hear this insight, but it's so very necessary. And I do appreciate the overture made at the very beginning of the delegation that these community partners are willing to work with us in our efforts to advance knowledge of this crisis, the depth of this crisis, the implications of this crisis with our provincial and federal governments. So my question through the chair is, I'm probably going to be asking the same question, is what has your overture been like with local provincial representatives or provincial ministries? How is it received, and what insights might you or strategy might you have to offer us in that regard? Because today, as you know, Chair, is the provincial government will be tabling its budget, and it will be very revealing as to whether they have a sense of this crisis or not. Thank you, through the Chair.
Thank you. Who wants to tackle that? James, please.
I'll take this one. James Moulton, Executive Director, Salvation Army. Some of you will know the Salvation Army is a little larger than just Hamilton. We are an international organization, but a national organization is probably more appropriate to reflect here in Canada. We are continually, I will use the word advocating with our federal and provincial governments to bring and draw attention to housing and the need to properly resource housing and to properly resource maintaining housing for people, which is part of our mandate. So I don't want to get political in the sense of saying too much other than to say that we believe that people are listening, that they are now understanding. When I heard a gentleman speak in a delegation previously, I think the opportunity to get our stories out and tell our stories more effectively is bringing attention to people who actually can make decisions. So particularly as the Salvation Army, we are able to advocate from our perspective in a collaborative way with the City of Hamilton as it relates to those provincial and federal counterparts who we hope that will step forward to recognize this crisis that we're facing together.
Thank you.
Hopefully that answers.
Yeah, thank you for that response, and appreciate and grateful that you're working in partnership with your province-wide organization, because I think that's very necessary. I do wish a little bit of commentary on the whole idea of getting political. This is political. This crisis is a consequence of choices made. It didn't just happen like a fungus on the ground, right? Like, I know you're not, I don't mean to be demeaning or challenging, but this is a consequence of choice and choices made and priorities given and what is valued. And I respectfully would ask all of us to say, I think that's the framing when we talk about getting political, that we have to take in partnership with each other and with our valued stakeholders. If I could shift paths for a moment, all municipalities, as you are, I'm sure, are very well aware of, following Judge Valente's ruling on Waterloo on talking about shelters and reframing it from not just what is available, but what is accessible. And I'm wondering, just a little anecdotal, I've told this story before. One of the very first meetings I had when I was elected in 2018 was with our own city staff trying to inquire whether dogs were allowed or not, and as a that pathway to accessibility. I'm just using that as an example of what we might deem to be accessible, and I'm wondering whether you would offer any opinion on when you heard that ruling and what you think it might mean for all of us in working in partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to tackle that one? James, you're still up.
I'm here. At the Salvation Army Hamilton booth, for anyone who's requiring a service animal, registered service animal, we have policies and procedures and the ability for those individuals to be accompanied by a service animal for sure. The challenge of can be a barrier to access to have pets available or not available in a facility. There are some shelters across the country who are now beginning to look at facilities that could offer that service, including facilities conversations within the Salvation Army as well. So I think my response at this point in time is our facilities are generally quite old. Were built quite a lengthy period of time for a specific purpose. Some of these best practices may need investments in order to be able to achieve some of these outcomes that we're discussing. If I can speak on Hamilton Booth, we actually do not have grass in our entire facility. As an example, we basically don't have much outside space. So our facilities lag behind in some of the challenges we have there. Yeah, I don't know if that's helping to answer.
No,
Councillor?
Thank you, through the chair. I probably did misframe my question, and we can end it. It wasn't specific to pets. Okay. I was just using it as an example in my journey when I began making these inquiries about access. But I do appreciate your thoughtful answer on it. I know it's something that we're all deliberating about. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Should I respond to the accessibility more to your, or is that okay? Just to say that at Hamilton Booth, our facility is accessible. We have single rooms and washrooms that meet accessibility codes for individuals that have some specific accessibility needs. Are we 100% there? No, but I think we are in a reasonable place to accept most people with accessibility issues. Our facility is individuals who identify as male is the population that we serve, but accessibility is something that we can accommodate in a general sense, but specific issues around, again, the infrastructure that we work through. Thank you.
Catherine, you were inching forward.
Well, and perhaps I didn't fully understand your question, but it got me thinking about that recent ruling. And, you know, emergency shelters, first of all, are not housing, it's shelter, and it should be temporary. And the fact is, you can build, and certainly I have the experience of this, the difference of hosting people in an emergency shelter that's a congregate setting with bunk beds and dining halls, as opposed to, for example, in our family center or women's services, with separate self-contained units with locked doors and private bathrooms and a hotel safe to keep what's important to you private and nobody else can touch, including staff, is, I would suggest, a better way to go. And I certainly hope as we move forward in this community, we take the learnings from COVID in particular and build better forward. But it's not just a matter of building more shelter. We may always, even if we do this perfectly, there are always going to be crises, and we will need to have some capacity, hopefully very small in our community, for emergency shelter. Having said that, we also need to recognize that there are people who this will not work for, and we need to collaborate and protect innovation that allows people to find solutions in a way that makes sense to them, and have a commitment, a sector commitment, but also a community commitment to protecting that right for different need, for a different expression of their crisis and their experience. And there's lots of ways that could look, but I think that we have to keep that door open. I think sometimes in our rush to manage in short resource, we systemize things to the point where we start dropping people out of a system that should be the most flexible, the most adaptable, and the most welcoming.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, do you want to follow up? Are you good? Thank you. Councillor Kretsch, you're up next, please.
Thank you. And my question's centering specifically on, I will say specifically on the downtown core. And nothing you said to me has surprised me. But what I'm hearing from you, and what I've heard from every other delegate on the subject today, and what I've heard when I've spoken to every single housing provider I've ever talked to, is two things are happening at the same time. And I'd like you to highlight this if I'm not wrong. One, we're definitely not keeping up with the increased need that we see. That we just see. There's of course the unseen need that we don't see. But at the same time, we're not keeping up with that need. We're also falling behind at the same time. Buildings are aging out of their usefulness cycle. Services are moving around and out of and not being replaced by other services, right? So what we're doing is we're simply shuffling the deck. We're not adding services when services move. And we're having more and more conversations publicly, which I think is a good thing, actually. Whether or not I agree with the outcome of the conversation may be different, but that we're having these conversations publicly about the tensions that exist when what we're seeing is folks require services in the areas they are. And every study says, like, if you are here, you need the services here, not the services somewhere else, but here where you actually are. And so can you speak to those things and what you see as that kind of, I think, a convergence of an issue which is not just about the increased need, but about the absolute inability, it seems like, to sustain what you already have. And so the pressure is going to getting at you, I think, both ways. It's a losing battle, particularly because it's going both ways. Could you speak to that? Anyone who wants to?
Who wants to speak to that?
So, through the chair to the councillor, you're correct. The challenge is they're getting hard to even quantify because if we just go back in time, and I think I have been in the system for going on 7 years, and the issues we faced 7 years ago pale in comparison to what we see today. I've seen successes, but it's harder to hold on to where we're seeing success because we are continuing to face new pressures, new challenges. Yes, and I understand the tension, and it can be difficult to navigate those tensions because the changes are occurring so quickly. So it's hard to keep up with, even what we see. We're working to understand issues as they emerge, and before we have gotten a grasp of the issue that we're working to understand, another issue has emerged, another issue has emerged, and another issue has emerged. So being able to work through all of those things, and this is why, and it doesn't surprise me, and the tension, I think, and I'm not sure, I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that this might have been what you were touching on. I think the tension is healthy. I don't think that the tension is unhealthy. I think they're difficult conversations, and we all have a different take on what we see and what we see as a priority. Mm-hmm. But we're all talking about the same thing. We're all working to get to the same place. I think the perspectives are important, and I think that challenging each other is important. I would say my colleagues and I don't agree on everything. We agree on a lot of things, and we agree on important things, key things. So it doesn't stop us from working together. It doesn't stop us from leaning on one another. It doesn't stop us from relying on each other. It doesn't stop us from seeking out support from one another. You're right, and I don't know. I don't know how to answer that succinctly. I want to. I don't know how to answer that succinctly because the challenges are so plentiful. Is there more clarity that I can provide, or perhaps?
I could maybe put it a different way slightly, just to say that, we talk a lot at the city in this budgeting process. We've spoken a lot in a lot of budgeting years about maintenance budgets. And I want to just give you the opportunity to highlight what that just doesn't work. You're not able to maintain anything. Maintenance in a situation where you said it pales in comparison, which I think is quite helpful. What does pales in comparison look like mathematically? Not a maintenance budget, I'll tell you that. So I just want to give you the opportunity to make that case and make the point, which is that incremental increases increases meeting inflation are not going to help us get out of this problem. And the kind of investment we need is frankly staggering. And so I'm just wanting to give you the opportunity to say that, although I just did.
Thank you.
Catherine, go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to another side of that. I don't like to spend a lot of time looking backwards, but 3 years ago, almost to the day, this community and this sector was actively engaged in some of the most innovative, nationally recognized housing and homelessness work, all based around the Housing First model, which includes evidence-based practice. And I think that COVID has disrupted or postponed some of that work, but I think it's really important work because it is evidence-based practice, and we've seen other communities, and I know you've been spoken to about some of those other communities who are making real gains, and I see the opportunity there. And I think sometimes when we talk about housing in relationship to homelessness, shelters get a bit of short shrift, but as Sean said in his remarks earlier, shelters should be a portal into housing and into being fully engaged community members. And we know how that works, and we know how to do that work, and we actually do it quite well in this community. But if we don't get sustained investment, we said this is a system on the edge of crisis. This is really, really significant. It is an entirely different environment than anything I've seen. And if we want to make it to functional zero, where people become homeless and are housed quickly in our community and don't return to homelessness, and if we want to shrink our shelter system down to something very, very small and generally inexpensive and reinvest those funds into life-enhancing community benefit kinds of activities, then we need to shore up what's here. There is no capital or facility dollars invested in the shelters that we have. So if the roof goes, if the boiler goes, we are reliant on fundraising dollars, taking energy away from actually doing the work. And if we don't invest in our staff, as we've already talked about, and clearly we all feel very passionately about, there's nobody to do the work. So I thank you for your comments in particular, because when we're talking about an investment in a future, we want investment in the shelter system so that you don't have to continue to invest in the shelter system.
My very last question through the chair, and I'll ask you this, Catherine, if you don't mind, so don't go away, which is, you've highlighted something, all of you have, everyone here has highlighted this, and I really think it's important to make it very clear. When you're in an emergency shelter and you build an emergency shelter for the purposes of, I'm going to say it again, being an emergency shelter, you are not doing it to be a transitional housing provider. When you build transitional housing, you're not doing it to build permanent housing. And when we use these spaces for the non-intended use of having someone be there, way beyond when we expected them to, can you talk about the impact of what that does to the spaces that weren't designed for these uses, which are now forced to be because there's no housing at the other end? Please talk about that.
We've talked about it before. The fact is the system is bottlenecked. I have actually responded personally to a situation in one of our shelters where a client said to me, I'm not leaving, there's nowhere to go. If I leave, the housing won't last, I won't be able to feed my children. Where are you sending me? To the street. To the street. This is the situation. So we see this cascade through a system that is supposed to be all about flow and outcome, and what we end up with is a bunch of people stuck in places that are not healthy, that are not good for our community, not good for individuals, and are not equipped to serve the function they're supposed to serve.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and I appreciate your time here today.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments of our guests? Seeing none, I do want to thank you sincerely. I can tell you that after I finished my visits with you on the drive home, I was kind of depressed. And once I got home and started to think about the people that I had met, the staff that I had met, I saw hope. We may be in an emergency, and I have no doubt that we are in an emergency when it comes to mental health, opioid addiction, and homelessness. But we have some really talented people who are on the streets helping us find our way. And for me, that brings me some hope. So thank you very much for everything that you do to our community, and thank you for appearing today. It was important for our committee and council to hear your statements, so thank you.
I feel I would be remiss if I didn't say the strength and the resilience that we see in the shelter system doesn't hold a candle to the strength and resilience of the people who are surviving in homelessness and housing precarity in this community. It is astonishing how people keep their families together and how they take care of each other. Privileged to do the work. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our last delegate is a virtual delegate, and it is item 7.5 on your agenda, Kayla Haggerty, respecting item 8.1, ending chronic homelessness.
Hi.
Kayla, are you there? There you are. Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. I wanted to start by giving a little disclaimer. A lot of the language that we use in these meetings surrounding people that use drugs tend to border on a little bit of like discrimination and prejudice, and like even not so much recent delegates, but like I just urge people to be mindful of how they view people who use drugs and people experiencing homelessness, because the segregating people and kicking them out of your communities is not going to solve the homelessness and drug toxicity crisis. If anything, that is what has caused it. And continuing to hold these like prohibitionist era beliefs about people who use drugs is just going to continue to kill people, and you're going to continue to be a part of the problem of what we're facing here. And every person has the right to exist in Hamilton. Every person is a constituent. Every person is a neighbor. And I just, yeah, there was a delegation today that just kind of set me off just due to personal experiences. And I just don't think that anybody, no matter how much money they pay on their house or what neighborhood they live in, has the right to tell anybody who uses drugs where they can exist and where they cannot. And if those issues are very pressing to you, instead of being derogatory to the people who are using drugs, maybe start supporting the systems we have in place that support those people to help them transition out of that struggle lifestyle that you are too privileged to want to witness. But anyway, on to my delegation. The report that is going to be presented in today's meeting states that in 2022, there were 1,536 individuals that were actively homeless in Hamilton, and 488 of them were experiencing chronic homelessness. The average length of stay in shelters increased to 88 days in 2022, and there were 272 individuals experiencing unsheltered homelessness, which means that 272 Hamiltonians slept outside this winter. 28% of people accessing our homelessness support systems presented with a very high or very high complexity of co-occurring needs. These needs could include addictions and mental health, things like that. Which means that addressing the root cause of homelessness, as this report intends to do, will involve investing in solutions that work for a wide range of individuals. With that being said, I'm concerned about the recent ending chronic homelessness report being discussed today, which only mentioned addiction and harm reduction around 5 times and offered very little funding put directly towards addressing how these housing strategies are going to work to mitigate harms associated with the drug toxicity crisis and the rise in overdose deaths that we're witnessing across our city, and how these implementations seek to integrate more resources to be made available to those actively using substances that are homeless and seeking permanent housing solutions. But while this plan provides a comprehensive approach to addressing homelessness, including investing in affordable housing, coordinating access to a range of housing solutions, and building capacity for Indigenous-owned capital, resources, and programs, it's lackluster in considering the needs of people actively using drugs in these plans. So implementing supportive housing options for people who use drugs that include in-house safe consumption and treatment sites and harm reduction-based protocols is a critical step towards addressing these challenges to solving homelessness. This approach would recognize that drug use is complex and requires compassion, care, and effective treatment rather than punishment or stigmatization. And many people who are actively homeless find that there are barriers to accessing permanent housing solutions that exist already, since many operate on abstinence-based protocols, which not many people who are like active in addiction can subscribe to. By adopting these harm reduction-based strategies, Hamilton can ensure that its plan to end homelessness works for all who are experiencing homelessness, including those who are actively using substances. And this approach can reduce the risk of fatal overdoses by providing a safe environment for drug use within shelters and transitional housing, and by increasing access to life-saving interventions in the event of an overdose. We've been talking a lot of today of this opioid crisis and drug toxicity crisis. The crisis in Hamilton has moved beyond the opioid crisis. I've been doing a lot of research on this. My dad died 3 years ago, so my research started 3 years ago. I think it was around 2 to 5% of the overdoses in Hamilton in 2022 also included things like benzodiazepines, I don't know how to pronounce it. I only know the street term is benzos, things like that, which don't respond to naloxone. And so the ways that we need to address this opiate crisis are changing. We need more funding to implement more research, more different harm reduction strategies, because the ones that we have in place are outdated now. Even naloxone is not going to save people who are overdosing on those types of things. Anyways, so in light of this, I would just recommend that this committee consider some of the following delegations, like the YWCA Hamilton's Transitional Living Program, the YMCA's Transitional Living Program for men, safe consumption sites and shelters, things like that. And also, it was mentioned in the report that the City of London and City of Kingston have established drop-in models as integrated health hubs supporting individuals experiencing homelessness, which are staffed with harm reduction workers and funded through the Ministry of Health. So I just urge our committee to consider implementing these kind of strategies too. Because this lack of consideration for the unique needs of people who are using drugs and experiencing homelessness is unacceptable. And it's critical that we prioritize the health and well-being of all members of our community, because failure to address this issue not only harms individuals who are actively homeless, but it also has significant social and economic costs for our community as a whole. But thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you very much, Kayla, for your ongoing advocacy. Does anyone on the committee have any questions for our guest? I do want to thank you for your opening comments. Our stats are showing that drug addiction is not limited to any geographical area or any social status or economic status. It is right across the city, and we are having overdoses in all of our wards. So this is truly an emergency that we are dealing with, and we have to work it together. So thank you very much, Kayla, for your advice and comments. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, I need a mover and a seconder to receive all of the delegations. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Nan. Please indicate your vote. Thank you. And that vote carried 7-0. Madam Clerk, we are dealing with 8.1 next, is that correct? Thank you. So our next item is a presentation and information report regarding ending chronic homelessness. Angela Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities, is here to speak to the presentation. Did you wish to provide opening comments, Angela, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair Clark. Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Through you, Mr. Chair, to committee members and guests of the committee today. Director Baird will be providing the actual presentation, but I would like to offer several introductory remarks to set this in context. What you have in front of you and in terms of materials and the presentation is a comprehensive report around ending chronic homelessness. Director Baird will be sharing the current state of homelessness in Hamilton and the trends. She will talk about the existing services in our homeless serving sector, which amounts to about $39 million, including just over $6 million of municipal levy funds. She'll also talk about new initiatives underway this year, both items referred to the 2023 budget and how it fits within the continuum. And additionally, this presentation and the material respond to the question around what will it take to end chronic homelessness. What I would say is that as a result of the pandemic and emerging from COVID, some of the delegates have talked about this being a system under crisis. One of the consequences to making decisions during a state of emergency is the absence of long-term planning. So we have had decisions that have come forward as one-offs, looking at one part of the continuum, but not looking at the whole of the continuum. And what we are really trying to do in housing services with the leadership, not just of Michelle, but the managers that are on this bench in housing services, is transition to a point where we are looking forward strategically, future focused, and where we can anticipate the needs of the community and be able to plan for them in a proactive way. It has been routine to have in-year requests that are one-off, and some of that as a result of just the annual cycles of reports coming forward. Some of it has been as a result of the crisis that our system is in. You will hear about both of those today. And so you have in this report an attempt to share with the committee all that we know in terms of investments that will be required. Some may be recommended. It's important to say, to share that this is an information report only. If you remember, we have our housing sustainability and investment roadmap coming forward in April, and there will be recommendations attached to that report. This report is information only so that council can have an opportunity to ask questions and to have this information ahead of time so that there aren't any surprises. Originally, we had planned to bring this forward in April before the HSIR, the Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap, but there was a request not to bring that just right after the budget was approved, but to provide committee and council with all of the information that is known to housing services at this time. You'll note that the investments that Michelle will be sharing are based on our Housing and Homelessness Action Plan, which was developed in consultation with the community, and it's fully aligned both with the roadmap and the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan. Just a few final notes is that this scope is around what housing services funds. It does not include or reflect the needs of the network of community agencies that are working in this space for housing and homelessness. Some of the delegate organizations that you heard today, the city funds a very small portion, sometimes less than 10% of the overall operating budget for those organizations. Currently, housing services does not fund organizations like Hamilton Food Share, other organizations that didn't delegate today, such as SASHA. And we also don't fund those structural pieces that are so critical, for example, basic income supports. Michelle will be leading us through this comprehensive report, and I would just ask that you would indulge us to be able to allow her to take you through that journey in a non-rushed way. It may take between 30 and 45 minutes. I do believe it's worth the time and attention to allow for the thoughtful discussion, and I wanted to offer my thanks both to Director Baird and the managers that are with us today and the team, as well as the great support in the gallery from the public and the organizations that we partner with. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, GM Burden. I did get a little nod from Councillor Jackson for a question.
Just for clarity, if I could please, Deputy Chair Hwang, just through you to General Manager Burden. You said today, and thank you for the preamble and setting the foundation for Director Baird's upcoming presentation. You said this is an information only for us to understand holistically what's happening and what needs to happen if we had an ideal world, an ideal amount of money. Is there not some action item, though, regarding Arcledon, or am I missing that? And that's for another time, possibly in April. I just want to get clarity if this is purely just information, Deputy Chair, or if there's any action item that may be considered. Please, through you.
Yes, I think that at first, though, just before I ask GM Burden to, this is information only. We do have a section later on where we are speaking about Arcledon.
Okay.
So, but please, GM Burden.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, to the Councillor. That's correct. So the Arcledon will be referenced in this presentation, but there is a separate report, and that is the exception that an immediate decision is needed today by committee on that separate report. Thank you,
I appreciate
Councillor.
from both of you the clarity and the confirmation of what I had suspected. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'd like to invite Director Baird now to start her presentation.
Thank you. So I'm here today to talk about a possible path to ending chronic homelessness in Hamilton. Before I start, I, like Angie, want to say that I'm presenting this work, but it really is a holistic piece of work that was compiled across Housing Services Division. And so a thank you to everyone that supported me in this. I would also say a special thank you to Vanessa Parlett. She's one of our senior project managers here today, who was instrumental not only in writing the report, but also supporting me greatly in pulling this presentation together. So in this presentation today, I'm going to cover an overview of the state of homelessness in Hamilton, what it might take to end chronic homelessness in Hamilton, some of the initiatives we already have underway that's working us towards that goal, some items that are referred to the 2023 operating budget, new actions and investments necessary to move our work forward, and to really reorient us from a place of managing homelessness to a focus on finding permanent housing solutions. And as GM Burden noted as well, a number of the items that you'll be seeing through this presentation will come forward in April as part of the Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap. The overall purpose of this presentation and report is to situate the work we are collectively doing towards ending homelessness within the context of structural barriers and resource gaps within our system. This helps to inform the approach we need to make in making strategic investments that maximize the influence of the municipality's role in building a system oriented around ending homelessness, rather than simply managing it, which has largely been the case of what we've been doing over the past 3 years through the pandemic in particular. As a starting point, I'm going to talk to you a bit about chronic homelessness. So chronic homelessness is defined as experiencing homelessness for a total of 6 months over the past year, or it could be recurrent experiences of homelessness over the past 3 years with a cumulative duration of at least 18 months. So when we talk about chronic homelessness and ending chronic homelessness, these are the individuals that we're speaking about. As well, all Indigenous people who are experiencing homelessness in Hamilton are considered to be experiencing chronic homelessness. Indigenous homelessness is a human condition that describes First Nation, Métis, and Inuit individuals, families, and communities who lack stable, permanent, appropriate housing. As of January 2023, 1,545 individuals were known to have connected with our homeless serving sector. Sorry. So when we talk about that, we have a system called HIFIS. When people interact with our system, we acknowledge that they're interacting with our system, and that's where these numbers are coming from. 494 of those 1,545 individuals were experiencing chronic homelessness over 6 months. Another 1,051 were experiencing homelessness for less than 6 months. When we look at this, overall, the proportion of individuals who experience chronic homelessness really hasn't changed. It's been consistent over the past 3 years. However, the total number of people experiencing homelessness has increased. Currently, as I said, we have approximately 1,500 people that are on our by name list. And the number of people experiencing homelessness on average in 2020 was 1,024. In 2021, it was about 1,200. And so we do see an increasing trend. I would caution, however, that we in Housing Services are doing a much better job with respect to data collection. We also have a number of additional services that are part of our integrated system and part of that HIFIS system. So the increase in numbers might be as a result of better data collection and use. All that said, the number of individual shelter stays per year has been relatively stable. The problem, though, is that we're seeing longer lengths of stay. And that means that people are getting stuck in shelters and stuck in homelessness. It means we need more options to move people into stable housing. Safe and stable housing for everyone in our community is foundational to building an overall healthy and safe community in Hamilton, a place where all of our residents have the resources and opportunities to thrive. As many of you likely know, I started my career in public health and spent many years working in public health. From a public health perspective, housing is one of the fundamental determinants of health. It's key to the overall health of our individuals in our community and our community overall. Secure housing provides a sense of safety and stability for people coming out of homelessness that means they are no longer in survival mode and are instead able to focus on their own health, well-being, and employment. As a community, we will be stronger when everyone is able to contribute. We have too many people in our community right now who are living in crises and not having their needs met, despite large sums of money spent on an emergency response. This is not solving the problem for anyone. We need to take a proactive and holistic approach to ending homelessness. However, we must look at our vision of safe and stable home for everyone with the recognition that homelessness serving sectors and systems exist because people have fallen through the cracks. And you've heard that quite well today from our delegates. This means that we are coming in to respond when people are already in crisis. We know that we cannot solve homelessness through the homelessness serving sector alone. We need to work with health, community, education, and justice partners to support early interventions to prevent people from falling into this system. We are actively cultivating these relationships through each of the core program components of our homeless response system. There is also a deep need for structural solutions to ensure people have adequate incomes and social protections, as well as policies that prevent financialization of our housing system and to support deep and long-lasting affordable solutions. Although we do engage with our federal and provincial partners on these structural and policy solutions, we do not have direct access or influence over these systems. I would take a moment to state the obvious, that the only known solution to homelessness truly is housing. But understanding the causes of homelessness is important in determining how we should best respond. Homelessness is not as a result of income deficits alone. Homelessness is a complex social challenge with many structural drivers that as a municipality we cannot eliminate, and we can't always mitigate the unique circumstances that put people at risk of homelessness at the individual level. However, it's within the system sphere that municipalities have the greatest influence in ending homelessness. We know that we cannot end all experiences of homelessness forever. What we are looking to do, though, as a community is to build a support system that ensures homelessness is prevented whenever possible, or if it cannot be prevented, it's a rare, brief, and non-recurring experience in our community. Here's some important context about work that we're doing right now to end homelessness. Ending homelessness is hard, but we do have a path. The pressures of the pandemic led to a heightened level of need in our community, and all of us rallying together to respond with new emergency programs at that time. It was an incredible mobilization. However, the problem in housing is that we are still very much operating in an emergency mode. We need to get out of the cycle of investing in short-term actions and strategies that might make sense in the moment, and instead move to more strategic actions that have a positive and permanent long-term impact. We have to remember that we are supporting people in crisis. There are major systemic and structural drivers to homelessness that we're not going to be able to address. However, we know that we do have a place in the system that we can impact change. We have a strong foundation in Hamilton on which to build. While we may still be early in the stages of coordinating with other systems, we have a long history of collaboration, and we have structures in place to engage in shared system planning. It's this foundation that allowed us to respond nimbly through the pandemic, and we now need to use this foundation that we have and the partnerships we have across the community to leverage resources to affect those structural drivers and meet the needs of individuals. Finally, I couldn't say it enough here today that we simply don't have enough resources. Despite having a comprehensive strategy with many effective interventions in place, the level of need right now, the level of need for affordable housing and homelessness supports far exceeds the available resources we have before us. This problem, as I said, has been exacerbated over the course of the pandemic. Through the pandemic, we had COVID funding, and that's no longer available to us. And you would have heard that through the delegates that over the past couple of years, there were some one-time funding opportunities that are no longer in front of us. We need to build this strategy together. This includes looking at our whole system and determining what actions and interventions are going to have the greatest impact in our community for the long term. There are 4 core arms of our overarching strategy to end homelessness. They are grounded in the broader vision of Housing and Homelessness Action Plan to ensure that everyone in Hamilton has a home. It's essential that program supports for individuals experiencing homelessness are embedded within the broader strategy. The overarching strategy includes investments in capital to build and maintain affordable housing, including 184 new units of community housing that was approved in 2021-2022, and additional 1,900 units of legacy social housing that's been repaired. When investing in new capital developments, the city negotiates with housing providers to establish commitment to ensure that people are being housed from our social housing waitlist and from the by name list of people who are experiencing active homelessness. Preserving community units and managing access to subsidized housing. In 2021-2022 year again, 10,700 households were assisted through social housing, rent supplements, and housing allowances. The social housing team also works continuously and proactively to renew operating agreements to ensure that we're not losing community housing stock. And our work together through coordinated access to invest in and integrate a diverse range of housing solutions. And these housing solutions are grounded in rights-based and housing-first principles to connect people to the right range of supports to access and retain housing. Across each of these, though, is a 4th pillar, and that's investing in Indigenous-led capital and Indigenous-led programming. The City of Hamilton invests in a continuum of support for those at risk of and experiencing homelessness. You're going to see on the slide here that this is the Hamilton's homelessness serving sector. Our coordinated access system has been developed through many years of deep collaboration with the Coalition of Hamilton Indigenous Leaders and community partners to establish an integrated system of practices to ensure that every door is the right door. No matter where an individual experiencing homelessness shows up, it's the right door to enter the system. This is underpinned by real-time information sharing across all of the programs and standard practices, again, across all of our coordinated access programs to ensure standard intake, assessment, and connecting people to supports. Program interventions that operate within that integrated system include prevention programming, diversion supports, and emergency services. Emergency services include things like outreach services, as well as drop-in programming, emergency shelters, and then we have things like housing support services, and they might be initiatives like intensive case management, rapid rehousing, and then some transitional housing programs. And then finally, of course, supportive housing. Now I'm going to walk you through some stats that we have here in the city. So last year in Hamilton, 4,037 individuals accessed the homeless serving programs, the programs that are funded by the city. At the end of December last year, like I said, we had just over 1,500 people who were considered actively homeless in Hamilton. The number of people known to be experiencing homelessness on average in 2020 was just 1,000 people, and like I said, there was an increasing trend to 2022. Of those who accessed the homeless serving system in 2022, just over 3,400 individuals accessed supports offered through a shelter, and just over 3,000 people spent at least one night in a shelter. And like I said, although the number of shelter stayers hasn't really increased, the duration of stay has increased, and that's really a place of concern for us. Emergency shelters, as noted earlier, really are intended to provide emergency short-term sheltering and housing supports. Ideally, we would want to see people in a shelter for a duration of less than 30 days. High lengths of stay in our emergency shelter system and persistent unsheltered homelessness really is as the result of inadequate opportunities for people to move quickly through the system and enter stable housing. And so what we have now is blockages within our emergency system, and people truly are getting stuck. This really highlights the significant need we have for prevention and permanent housing solutions to get us away from that perpetual emergency response system. Along with the stark need for affordable housing in our community, it's also vital that our leaders and community understand the importance of homelessness support programs that our community agencies deliver. We know that prevention programs are the most effective ways to prevent the much higher and financial cost of homelessness. And that when people do become homeless, that we are supporting them, and we are supporting them at a time that they're also going through trauma and other barriers in their life. So it does speak to the person-centered, housing-focused approach that we're taking across our system. In 2022, city-funded case management programs reached just under 1,200 people, and that doesn't include the number of individuals that would have been reached through our street outreach group, through shelters, or through diversion programs and maybe transitional living, for example. However, we have more work to do to improve the stability of staff and programs across our sector and to integrate more fully with health and other community supports. Despite having a comprehensive strategy with many interventions, we know that there is a level of need that's not being met. Three of the greatest pressures impacting our sector include affordability of housing, limited availability of health and social supports, and sector capacity to retain staff. The system gaps are daunting and have really stifled progress forward for us. However, we have an opportunity and we have an ability to achieve impact together. To accelerate progress towards ending homelessness, we must move beyond the emergency response, as I noted. It's the only way that we can avoid these ongoing short-term cycles of homelessness. Actions and investments that we make in ending homelessness must be chosen based on demonstrated evidence of successful outcomes. Otherwise, Hamilton is at risk of not ending chronic homelessness. Each of the four core areas of our strategy have demonstrated success. If you have a look at Appendix C to the report, it really is a comprehensive overview of all the actions that we're looking for today. They are aligned, as I said, with the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan, and they will prevent and end homelessness and have been successful in doing so in other communities. We have some actions that are already underway in housing services. First of all, investments in supply. When we look at homelessness support programs, that really we're looking for investment across all three levels of government to increase and preserve the supply of affordable housing in Hamilton. Some actions are already underway in this realm. I would say to you that this is a particular pocket of work that'll be coming back with the HSIR in April. Prevention programs are the most effective ways to prevent much higher cost of homelessness. In 2022, for example, in Hamilton, just under 3,000 people were supported through city-funded prevention programs. With new enhancements that we're making, we expect to be able to reach an additional 1,900 people to benefit from prevention and early intervention. And through all the enhanced services, we have these items already underway or about to be underway in housing services, I would say that. As a starting point, a tax filing support pilot to support an estimated 1,200 people to boost their income and retain housing. Right now, in order to enter an affordable housing unit, you do need to have filed your taxes. And for all sorts of reasons, a lot of individuals who experience homelessness have not been filing taxes. So this is an important step for us to move people to more permanent housing. We're also putting together an enhanced version of the Housing Stability Benefit Program with the flexibility of Rent Ready to support ODSP program recipients and OW recipients and those with low income to maintain their housing. This revised program will maintain a distinct Indigenous stream as well with a dedicated Indigenous funding allocation. In 2022, just over 1,400 households were supported through Rent Ready, and another 1,500 households supported through the Housing Stability Benefit Fund. A full-time landlord liaison role to help individuals, particularly youth, in preventing shelter stays and preventing homelessness. We're also looking at putting some early intervention supports in the men's system to help people quickly resolve their experience of homelessness and prevent prolonged shelter stays. We're estimating that we would be able to reach between 550 and 660 men with this enhancement this year. With our partners, we're also putting together a mobile case management program. This is already in place, and it's for families staying in our hotel overflow. Right now, families are the only group that we continue to use hotels to accommodate. Our family system is experiencing tremendous pressures. When individuals are in hotels, they're of course separated from the family system, so a mobile case management team will allow outreach into those hotels and reaching the families that are staying there. We're estimated to be able to support approximately 50 families per year through that initiative. In 2022, we also had almost 1,200 people managed through intensive case management, rapid rehousing, and transitional housing. Enhancements in how we operationalize that program. This year, we're expected to support at least an additional 270 individuals. We're also looking at embedded health supports within the ICM, within that intensive case management team. So as we talked about a lot earlier today, lots of individuals experiencing homelessness, it's not simply a need for an affordable unit, but rather they need the wraparound supports in place in order to effectively sustain their housing. City staff and partners are also working on leading work on shelter transformation. This includes engagement of more than 175 individuals with lived experience and all of our shelter partners to update our shelter standards and service delivery. New standards and training will address barriers that some people are currently experiencing in accessing our shelters. This will include emphasis on harm reduction to address within the context of the opioid crisis. The new standards we expect to be released in July, and they'll come back to this council before that as part of the shelter standards report. However, as I stated earlier, the need certainly outstrips what we're able to do within existing capacity. There is already an ask right now before the council of approximately $22 million that has been referred to council through the 2023 budget. Investments already in the budget that would align well to support the work we brought forward here today. Investment and repair and maintenance of our existing housing stock is much more cost effective, as you know, than building new. It would cost us $5.7 million in one-time capital to allow us to bring back approximately 470 CHH units. And these are vacant due to disrepair. Right now, we have approximately 6,000 people on our access to housing wait list, and as I said, we have approximately 1,500 people experiencing homelessness. Being able to bring these units online again certainly makes a dent in that. On the development side, we also brought forward an ask of $4 million. It's an annual affordable housing development fund. It's referred again to the 2023 budget. This will support nonprofit housing development and allow new units to be built. We also have a report coming forward in June that speaks to efforts and investments needed to basically negotiate renewal of operating agreements. And that is an ask of $1.1 million. And again, that's the initial ask within the 2023 budget. Housing stability benefit. So again, this is a benefit that helps people stay within the housing they're in. In 2022, we supported 1,400 people through Rent Ready and 1,500 through housing stability benefit. An enhancement of $600,000 has been referred to the 2023 budget, and we're working on an enhanced version of this program to allow us to reach more individuals. Another piece that you heard about today certainly is shelters. We do have a cost of living increase, an adjustment of $500,000 asked for the shelter system. I can't stress how important and essential this is in maintaining existing staff within our 408 permanent shelter beds right now. We also are looking for rent subsidies at $125,000. It helps us create subsidies attached to new development. So when we bring new affordable units online, we certainly want to bring these units on in a way that they are rent geared to income. And so in order to subsidize those units for the individuals who live there, that's what this ask is around. The other piece, and this too is within the 2023 budget, it comes to us really from the province and that affordable social housing units overall. The benchmarking, the provincial benchmarking now leaves us in a place where we have a $4.2 million ask to cover the costs of those agreements going forward. As you know, the YMCA has also put forward a request to Council for an additional $2.6 million annually to support their transitional living program. Currently, the city funds this program at $630,000 annually, and it's funded through the Provincial Homelessness Prevention Program. We administer that funding through the city, but it is provincial funding. I'm going to talk more about the YMCA request in a few slides. Also coming forward today is the report to cover the costs of temporary overflow and drop-in programs within the women's sector to address continued occupancy pressures that you heard about. Altogether, the ask put forward to Council through Budget 2023 come to, like I said, $22 million, of which $13.2 million almost is an ongoing annual cost and $9.2 million is a one-time funding cost. We have also identified a number of new potential investments that together would position the city well to end chronic homelessness by 2025. These include the City Housing Hamilton operating budget enhancement. This is not a particular ask right now. We do know, though, that City Housing Hamilton is home to more than 13,000 tenants, and we need to work as a service manager with City Housing Hamilton to basically right-size their operating budget and determine what an appropriate budget is for them that would allow them to operate and not fall in this place where they don't have the ongoing disrepair. We're also looking for enhancements around shelter prevention and diversion for single women and men, and this would allow shelters to hire full-time diversion staff and allocate some dedicated flex funds, supporting approximately 600 people per year. We're also looking at permanent housing solutions. The municipal housing benefit, so this is not something that exists right now. It's a municipally funded deep and permanent housing benefit really aligned with rent geared to income, dedicated to the homeless serving sector, and it would allow us to enable homelessness support programs to directly support people in ending homelessness. It would allow the city to end homelessness for 500 households. The HSIR will consider this benefit more broadly along with the other investments that you'll hear about in April. The other piece I talked about already was the landlord retention pilot. If we were to continue to that pilot, it would be at a cost of $1.7 million to address 250 units to be able to retain approximately 250 units. We're also looking at permanent supportive housing, and this one's a big one. As we know, this is one of the most significant gaps within the system right now, that without permanent supportive housing, it's really difficult, if not impossible, to move people out of the emergency system. So looking at an investment, approximately $1.7 million annually, would provide housing subsidy and staff to support approximately 200 units of affordable supportive housing. Residential care facilities. The city's residential care facility subsidy program does prevent homelessness by providing a subsidy for safe and affordable supported housing in a community setting. RCFs are one of the settings we have that right now does provide supportive housing. We're in a place where these settings have existed, as you know, for many, many years. Within Housing Services, we have a plan to transform how we work with our residential care facilities, what residential care facilities can offer in the city, and move them forward. However, like you heard from our shelter providers, as you've heard from lots of other sectors, RCFs right now, their per diem is not meeting their ability to operate on a day-to-day basis and provide the services we're asking them to provide. So this $2 million annual enhancement will allow us to increase that subsidy that the RCFs currently receive. And finally, emergency services. And I'm going to mention emergency services last because these are actually the most expensive and ideally the last investment we want to make, because we want to invest in preventive and permanent housing solutions. However, as you heard earlier today, the emergency shelter sector is actually a critical piece of our homeless supporting supports right now. I would also say to you that the costs that you have before you with respect to the emergency system, be it shelter or others, these are only investments until permanent housing solutions are fully realized. So they're costed out based on what's needed today, with, of course, the hope that over time, as our other solutions come into place, the investment in shelters overall would decrease. And we would certainly love to be in a place where it was decreased significantly, and I think our shelter providers would probably say the same. Emergency shelters in the women's and family sectors have persistently experienced high occupancy. This was both during the pandemic, but this happened pre-pandemic. A report conducted by the Social Planning and Research Council for us in 2022 looked at the shelter system overall and actually recommended that we needed an additional 40 beds within the women's sector to meet the needs, and additional 200 beds within the family sector to meet the needs of what's happening right now in Hamilton. And then drop-in programs. Over the course of the pandemic, drop-in programs have offered vital supports for people that are experiencing homelessness to really meet their basic needs when there was nowhere else for them to go. This is a vital service for people as well that are service restricted or have their own personal reasons that shelters aren't an appropriate place for them. We're asking for funding, and again, this is not a recommendation report versus this is all the funding that's needed, to really carry on with drop-in services through 2025 to help us to understand where the system is at that point and what the role of drop-in can be going forward. And finally, winter response strategy. As all of you know, Hamilton currently has no permanent winter response resourcing. This has led to significant service gaps that we experienced this winter when people were truly unable to secure warm indoor space during an extreme cold night. A previous report at this committee committed to some temporary support for winter response through this year, but we'll be coming back in August with a proposal of what winter response could look like going forward. I do realize that we're talking about many millions of dollars here, and you can see the projected reach and outcomes within Appendix C and D in the report. This slide, however, summarizes the scale of impact that we can expect from each enhancement underway. Through existing enhancements newly underway, we expect to reach an additional 1,900 people supported to prevent or immediately resolve their experience of homelessness, and 273 people would be supported through enhanced housing-focused case management supports. With the $22 million that's been referred to Council, we will be investing in preservation and quality of social housing, repair of those units I spoke about earlier, and allow us to create houses or homes for 476 households, and to maintain our current service levels in the emergency shelter system. The potential new investment of $19 million would create 1,400 stable homes for people exiting homelessness and another 600 people supported per year to prevent homelessness, along with our continued investments, again, in the emergency system to allow us to meet people where they're at. So now I'm going to talk just briefly about the YWCA ask. It was an ask that came through either councillor or this committee to talk about this ask, situated within the whole. So the YWCA Transitional Living Program, it's a 65-bed facility. It offers transitional housing for a period of up to about 2 years for women. It does have private rooms with a shared kitchenette. It's distinct from the congregate setting of a shelter. It is different than a shelter. However, it doesn't offer permanent housing. The goal of the program really is to support people temporarily as they pursue a long-term stable housing solution. Transitional living overall, as you've heard earlier today as well, is not broadly supported through the city or has not been to date. We do provide some support to the YWCA for women. We also support financially transitional living for youth at Wesley. The challenges that we have with transitional living right now or to date, as you are well aware, we have a very limited budget within which we're working, and we do need to make choices. Transitional living can delay entry into permanent housing where permanent housing is available, because for individuals it creates another step in the process. So as you can imagine, individuals might move from shelters to a transitional living program into permanent housing should there be permanent housing. Ideally, we would want people to see people moving directly from that shelter environment into permanent housing, as that would be a housing first model. Right now, though, we do know within the women's sector, there is lack of opportunity available both in the emergency side as well as on the affordable housing side. The ask before council with respect to YWCA is an ask for $2.6 million. However, the YWCA indicated that if only $2 million is available to them, it's still an opportunity, of course, to enhance programming, but not at the same level. So for $2.6 million, you see before you that really does meet their needs, put staffing at a place where that they do have the ability to more effectively support and stabilize the women that are at the YWCA. With only a $2 million investment, less investment in staffing overall, however, their food security and maintenance items would still be addressed. So the next 3 slides I'm actually going to buzz through super quickly. I just wanted to share with all of you that an important component of any program, of course, is really measuring successes and making changes in the programming offered along the way to ensure we're seeing the outcomes we want to see. And so we do have a suite of measurement indicators, and as I said, it's in the next 3 slides, but we're just going to buzz through them. You're going to see a report back going forward annually in November with respect to all of these metrics across the whole system. And then going forward, you'll see that annually. For this year, of course, it'll be shorter time range of data, but it is important that we start bringing those measures before committee in advance of budget, just so you'll understand the success we're having with the monies that have been invested. So once again, I'm returning to this slide, and it's my last slide today, as I cannot overestimate the importance of this particular slide. So much of our attention and resources in the past 3 years has been directed to emergency response, and we cannot keep increasing the size and investment in emergency response. It's an opportunity cost that we're pulling away from permanent solutions. Human resource capacity in emergency response is also limited, as we heard from our shelter partners, and instead we really need to move to a place that we're investing in prevention and permanent housing solutions. Even without full funding, investments in prevention enhancements, health supports, and permanent housing will contribute to measurable reductions in chronic homelessness and overall homelessness in Hamilton. And on that note, happily wrapping up and more than willing to take questions.
Thank you, Director Baird. That was most certainly a thorough presentation. Thank you very much. We do have some questions for you. The first one is coming from Councillor Kretsch.
Quick procedural question. Since this is an information report, is our comments allowed with questions, or should we separate those?
I prefer questions first and then comments second.
Okay. So thank you for your report. I guess I want to know what sources of funding we might have to address the need that you presented today, from your perspective, right? I understand that we can have a whole conversation with our finance staff, but do you see existing sources of funding within the city to to address this need, or do you think this is something in terms of the funding we'd have to ask additionally? I say this because there are funds we have access to, like, and I'm not suggesting we do this, I'm just saying that we have funds access to, like the Future Fund, other kinds of funds where we could, take monies from those to do these kinds of things. I'm just wondering if you've had those discussions, and if it's a question that's just like, hey, that's not fair, why don't you ask the budget people on the budget day? I can save that question.
Director Baird,
through the chair.
First shot at the question.
Through the chair, it's definitely a fair question, and it's one we've been talking about ourselves with respect to opportunities. Within housing services, before I get to other sources of funding, I would say that our funding sources primarily are the levy-funded programs. We have also federal funding and provincial funding, so we have two different funding sources. Previously, we also had, of course, the COVID, the relief funds. At this point, for the investments before us, we do not have a funding source through any of those programs that would allow us to cover these costs. If we were to see incremental or increases in any of those programs, of course, there are lots of, the majority of the initiatives that are in here would meet the guidelines of those funding sources. So if our provincial pot, for example, our housing prevention program, a number of the initiatives here could certainly fit the guidelines of that source of funding. However, at this point in time, it wouldn't be sufficient to cover what we have. With respect to other sources of funding, Future Fund or whatnot, I would actually turn that probably over to our finance friends, or maybe GM Burden. We do have Mike Zagaric here.
That was my, thank you. That was more my question, was about that kind of thing. Internally, what are our resources?
I kind of recall saying to Mike, I think we might need you for this meeting.
Good afternoon. Mike Zagaric, General Manager of Finance Corporate Services. I was interested in Director Baird's response to the finance question. So if I can try to unbundle some of the content that's in the report and some information related to housing that's coming before you in the coming weeks. So I do appreciate all the work of Michelle and her team. I know that they have shared information with corporate services, and over March break, I know they were doing a tremendous amount of work in compiling the information and assisting us in how they compile the information. So I do appreciate how that information was compiled and the effort over a short period of time and reorganizing it so that we can understand what is operating and what's capital. And I think that's what's critical for committee to understand, is what is capital or one-time and what are operating expenditures. So with respect to what will be before committee next week through the capital budget, is you have the list that is part of the presentation, Appendix D to the report, about $16.8 million in investments for housing services. What that does not include, additional investments, sorry. What that does not include, to Councillor Kretsch's question regarding reserves, is we have some ongoing previous commitments of council that we need to fund. The $3 million grant for mission services was approved but not funded. That needs to come back to committee and council in the coming weeks to fund. The ARCLA done $3.6 million was funded one time from the COVID-19 reserve. That's an annual funding commitment. We need to provide a funding source for that $3.6 million. The City Housing Hamilton asked $5.7 million, we need to identify a funding source for that $5.7 million commitment as well. So those commitments need to come back to council with identified funding sources. Some of those are capital, some of those are ongoing. The ongoing, what we need to practice going forward is when making a commitment that is ongoing, is funding it on an ongoing basis rather than as a one-time. We've had that practice in the past, but understandably so, we had less challenges. We were able to fund one time and find room in future budgets, but given the themes that we've discussed over the past number of months surrounding inflation, around housing, around chronic homelessness, that's going to be a challenge. And I'll illustrate how significant of a challenge. In the coming weeks, I'll be presenting our 2022 year-end report. Housing Services had approximately $21 million in COVID expenses in 2022. We had $6.7 million in provincial funding. Local taxpayers will have to fund the $14 million difference for 2022 housing deficit as it relates to COVID-19. We will have to absorb that corporately. We'll have to take funds from across departments to offset that $14 million pressure. I appreciate I'm throwing a lot of numbers at committee, but just wanting to remind committee that we will have to turn to reserves, but we'll have to turn to reserves first to satisfy what council has already approved. The Mission Services Fund funding, potentially the City Housing Hamilton Fund, and then we need to identify a sustainable funding source for the other investments. So absolutely reserves will be required, but reserves will not be sufficient. There is going to have to be sustainable funding. My final comment is I don't see a path forward for the city alone to fund this level of investment. I appreciate all the effort that's identified in terms of road mapping going forward, the $19 million, but I'm going to suggest there's going to be far more costs, and I'm certain of it, beyond that $19 million. There are development charge exemptions that now for not-for-profit, affordable and attainable housing that is going to have to be reflected in the 2024 budget. I'm going to suggest that alone may represent somewhere between $9 to $18 million a year in additional funding. When you add the $9 to $18 million to the $19 million to all the other funding, we're quickly approaching $30 to $40 million. That would be a 3 to 4% dedicated tax increase if local taxpayers were to fund that level of investment. So yes, reserves will have to be part of the strategy, but picking and choosing priorities will have to be the strategy as well.
Thanks, that was helpful. And can I just clarify through the chair, when you say reserves, please don't tell me all the reserves, obviously, but we are talking about we have a $1 billion reserve, a significant portion of which is non-negotiable, meaning must be held in a certain piece, but I think like 40% of that is, accessible, but you're talking about generally those kinds of reserves. Or are you talking about specific other reserves?
Yeah. So through the chair, and reserves becomes one of those themes that other levels of government like to highlight as it relates to municipal reserves. Municipal reserves, councils do not have flexibility in terms of the vast majority of our municipal reserves. Yeah. Municipal reserves, the majority of our reserves relate to development charge reserves, planning reserves, building reserves. We call those obligatory reserves, meaning legislation says you must apply these reserves, these funds towards their intended purposes. What council has discretion over is, for instance, our unallocated capital reserve, somewhere in that $16 million range. Tax stabilization reserve, unfortunately, has a negative balance at this time. Our future fund reserve, somewhere in the area of $64, $65 million. And then what we would have to tap into in terms of discretionary reserves are program reserves. So what does that represent? That means now tapping into, for instance, vehicle reserves, building reserves. What that conflicts with then is some of council's other strategies, including asset management, including looking at greening fleet, greening facilities. So again, it's about priorities and picking and choosing priorities.
Councillor,
Thank you. That was a really clear answer. I appreciate that.
320. You're okay.
Okay, thanks. So my second question, really, and it's a big question, but I'll do my best to answer it, ask it in a succinct way. Look, a lot of this is aspirational. We talk about ending, just when we talk about, we use that kind of form of a verb, right? We're not talking about the end of, we're talking about ending as an aspirational transition. And when you highlighted, and everyone in this room, I think, who delegated highlighted something, there's a blockage in the network. Mm-hmm. The blockage in the network is impacting probably everybody poorly. But there's a group of folks outside the network who can't get in because of the blockage, who are living on the streets. I'm getting to my question. I'm just trying to make sure that it's quite clear what I'm saying. They're living on the streets right now, who do not have access because the other end, there's no housing here, right? There's no access to this system here. They're just going to be here. They can't go anywhere but here at the moment. Now, I don't want to talk about, I'm saying right now today, they're here. They have literally nowhere else to go. I think it's worth speaking about that and worth hearing your perspective on where are they meant to go when we have nowhere for them to go? Where are they meant to go? And what is our obligation to them to ensure that they, to unpack that issue? To me, it is an everyday thing I think about. And so what is your perspective on what's happening there and what our responsibilities are there? And then I have a follow-up and then I'm done.
Director?
Through the chair. So it's absolutely a big question. It's absolutely the right question. So we know right now, as I spoke to, that we do have unsheltered homeless individuals living within our community, and that's an ongoing problem. The blockage with respect to lack of affordable housing is part of it. I would suggest the bigger part of it is lack of supports within those affordable housing units. For individuals who their needs may be fairly low, we are more successful in housing. For individuals that we're seeing that are in situations of unsheltered homelessness right now, they do have complex needs, and we do need the supports to be able to house them. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer, which is part of why I'm here today, for where they're supposed to go, because we don't have the appropriate place right now within the system for those individuals. We engage with those individuals on an ongoing basis through our outreach program, and we know that there's a lack of places for them to go. We find we work with them where possible to connect them with, be it family, friends, other opportunities of places to stay, but you are without doubt correct that there is no place for them to go, unfortunately.
Councillor, you have 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Thanks. I don't want you to try and quantify what that means in terms of the number of people who don't have a place to go. The point is we think many of us can see. We can see that they have no place to go. And this is a hard question, but I think it's the other right question to ask. How on earth can we have an enforcement model in place when we actively know, and we know as an organization, as a city, they have no place to go? How can enforcement have a place in that discussion?
Director?
Through the chair. To answer that question, I would say that for us in housing, it's not a first place to go to enforcement, that we are trying to find a way to meet people where they are and understand what options, if any, are available to them. There are situations, though, where either the individual's safety is at risk or the safety of other individuals in the area might be at risk. I could give an example. We certainly don't want to see people where they're having to live on sidewalks and then blocking sidewalks for pedestrians who end up being in the street. So from a housing perspective, that's an issue that we might need to raise and bring to our bylaw colleagues to say this is an unsafe situation, both for the individuals who are there and for individuals using the space. However, where possible, housing outreach staff, the first call is not to enforcement, and I can assure you of that the first place they're working is with the individuals. And when I say that first content, it's not a one-off, it's ongoing contact with the individuals. It could be days, it could be longer, that they're connecting with people and trying to ensure that they're safe, that they have what they need to be as safe as possible within the space they're in.
Follow-up, Councillor?
Sure. Thanks. I understand what you're saying, and I'll leave my comments to the end. Housing first. We talk about housing first in the context of what I'm directly asking you about, which is about, people living outside. And the example you gave was very good, actually. It was in terms of the challenge that we're faced with. Housing first. How are we making the decisions when we're talking about access to a sidewalk, right, versus someone's ability to have, it's not really housing, as we know, but I'm saying, like, that's the tension. So I just want to unpack that as much as possible here, because it is, I think, the conversation we all keep having. And I think we just have to get closer and closer to the center of that conversation. Thank you. That's my last question.
Thank you. Director?
Through the chair. You're absolutely right that our conversation within housing is about housing first, and that is an approach that we try to take time and time again, no matter what that housing might look like. And given people's conditions in which they're living, for some people that is, at that moment in time, the place that they're sheltered. And so it is absolutely a balance, and it's a balance in need of that individual and the fact that we don't have the system supports that we need versus the needs of the community, the needs of other individuals. So I don't really have a solution versus to say I do appreciate where you're coming from, and we are trying to rationalize that ourselves, I would say.
Thank you. Councillor, you have 30 seconds.
That's it for me. Thank you so much for answering my questions. I'll say the rest of my things till comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, councillors, what I am going to do is when we move the motion to receive the report, I'll allow for comments then. This is a very complex issue, and I thought we should go through questions first before we get to comments. Councillor Wang, please, you're up next.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I have a couple of, process-oriented questions. I'd like to understand the no wrong door, because we have so many different service providers. I understand that they all connect and work with each other. However, we are also hearing anecdotal stories about how clients may not get the same level of service, or they may. So I'd like to understand, what is the no wrong door, and what does that mean?
Thank you. Director, please.
Through the chair. So no wrong door really should mean that no matter what service that you show up at, provided that they're part of that coordinated access, that the intake process, the coordination of services, meaning that the services the individual receives, whether they're directly through that provider or through another, should be the same. I will say that coordinated access overall is an ongoing CQI process. We're always bringing new providers into the coordinated access world and trying to integrate better where we are. No wrong door means it could be anything from the individuals that Councillor Kretsch spoke about who are unfortunately living rough right now, that if they have an interaction with a housing-focused street outreach worker and someone else might show up at the Good Shepherd Family Center, they're both connecting in through the same system. The door being the outreach worker being no wrong door, the shelter being no wrong door, even a drop-in center are all integrating through the same system of services.
Councillor.
As follow-up then, who manages the coordinated access?
Director.
Through the chair. So coordinated access really is managed, I suppose, through Housing Services Division. We're the lead in the coordinated access. However, as I mentioned earlier, there are a number of agencies there, including our Indigenous partners.
Okay.
Councillor.
So thank you for that. Let me pull out a little bit more and say, I think I want to dig deeper into the cost of inaction, and I think that's something that I've brought up with you before. What we see from your slides is 4,037 individuals have accessed services in 2022. I'd like to understand, how much does it cost for any one of those individuals to access our homeless serving sector, especially maybe say in a 30-day sort of time frame? Like, what's the cost of inaction here first?
Director.
Through the chair. So the cost of inaction is really difficult to quantify, of course. When we think about inaction with respect to homelessness and the impact in our community, we have to think about the impact on our hospital system, our healthcare system overall, the impact on families, the impact on youth that grow up within a system where they are accessing the homeless sector. So I will tell you fairly, I don't have a number with respect to what the cost of inaction is. In housing services, I would also say to you that in 2023, we spent $133 million with respect to the federal, provincial, and all levels of funding, including project funding, what have you. So the cost of dealing with homelessness is certainly one that's high, and that doesn't quantify the whole system. What does it cost an individual on any given month? I don't know that answer for you. What I will say is that the cost, we have costed out, that it's probably in the realm of $50,000 to $60,000 a year to provide the supports people need to live in a supportive, basically supports that would meet their needs, be those mental health needs, be those addiction needs, what have you. So prevention, again, is much more cost effective than continuing to invest in emergency response.
Councillor.
Thank you. And I know in your presentation you actually referenced Appendix C, which is in the report, and I know we're not really supposed to talk about it, but since you brought it up, I did a quick little math on that, and Appendix C is essentially all of the affordable housing. If we were to solve chronic homelessness, it's also about ensuring investments in affordable housing. I think that number is in and around 500 million. So the quick math was 455 million, but could you just confirm that that's kind of like the intent of what Appendix C was talking about?
Director?
Through the chair. So I don't have Appendix C in front of me right now, and I don't have the total cost. I wonder if one of the managers can confirm that that is the number?
That was the number that I got. Al?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
I looked at it roughly. Sorry, through the chair, Al Fletcher, Investment Affordable Housing Manager. Around that number is where I got as well.
We all took math together.
Okay. And my very last question, when you speak about high acuity, and I do see that, again, I'm going to reference slide 11, where it's talking about the roadmap of services provided for 4,037 individuals accessing services. Of those, 26% are chronically homeless. Of those, 27% are high or very high acuity. Do you have a sense of what's the overlap between those two numbers?
Director?
Through the chair, can I just ask that you repeat that again?
So on slide 12, slide 11, which is the roadmap of services provided, it's your very first infograph. You talked about 4,037 individuals who have accessed services in the homeless serving sector. Of those, 26% are chronically homeless, and then period. 27% are high or very high acuity. So I wondered, what is the overlap between chronically homeless and very high/high acuity?
Through the chair, yes, I have it now. So I don't have the exact overlap for you. I would suggest to you it's quite a high percentage. So as I noted earlier, for those that are low acuity, their needs overall are less complex. Mm-hmm. We are able to more successfully house those individuals, house them within units that don't need wraparound supports there.
Can we silence that microphone, whoever it is? Thank you.
When we move up, if you will, up the acuity ladder through that complexity of needs, the higher the need individual, we just certainly right now, we don't have those units and those supports in the community, so we don't have places to effectively house them. Simply putting these individuals in a unit, even if we were able to do so, without wraparound supports to allow them to maintain that housing successfully, we're going to see them experiencing homelessness again, and that would be a recurring issue. So when we talk about individuals that are chronically homeless, often they are the individuals have a higher complexity of need.
Thank you. And if you can hold there, Councillor. GM Burden, you wanted to respond to the previous question. I'm sorry, I didn't see it right away.
Thank you. Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the committee. I wanted to respond actually to something that Councillor Huang had mentioned and Councillor Crutch around just pointing out that the work that Michelle and the team have done is really around how do we create flow through the system. Much like in the healthcare system, we have flow through the hospital. We talk about bed blockers in hospital. Where are those places along the flow of the housing continuum where people are stuck? And so I think it's important just to re-emphasize that many of the interventions in Appendix C are not emergency interventions in terms of homeless. There are some, but some are designed to work further upstream. So if you take the municipal housing benefit, we are thinking that if we prevent homelessness by giving people a monthly rent subsidy, we win in both areas. We ensure that that individual keeps the housing that they have. It also prevents us from having that tenant leave that particular unit, and then potentially that unit is lost to social housing inventory or an affordable rate. And so then I think it gets back a little bit to what Councillor Huang was mentioning around the cost of homelessness and the cost avoidance. And so all of this, when we start to look at $600 million, that kind of cost is very daunting and can create despair. So the idea is, how do we wrap our heads around some kind of manageable cost that we could incrementally over time pursue upper levels of government? When we also think about the money lost from COVID response, I would remind the committee too that we're looking at the first year without any COVID funding, and we have had $22.5 million infused into our system. And now that has been stripped away at the same time when needs are arguably worse than ever before. So I think the final point is Councillor Maureen Wilson has been talking about the cost of homelessness, and I would like to advise the committee that there are active conversations around how do we engage with some research, academic partners, and other provincial organizations for us in Hamilton to really look at how do we answer that question on an evidence base that could help us with some of that advocacy at the provincial level. Thank you.
Councillor.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, GM Burden. I think that where I'm trying to place my head around this is, what is the cost for us to just kind of put in minimal investments versus what is the cost of what it actually needs to get done. So I'm just trying to be clear, based on this presentation, we are looking at approximately $19 million today in order to solve or support essentially 2,100 individuals, but there were still 4,000 individuals that had access services in the past. Is that kind of where is that correct?
Director?
Through the chair. So yes, I've thrown around a lot of numbers as well. So right now, actively homeless, we're looking at approximately 1,500 to 1,600 individuals. When I talk about the access to housing wait list, I think there's lots of confusion around this, because we talk about the by name list, and that's those individuals that are connecting through the homeless serving sector, and that's that 1,500 people. The individuals on the access to housing wait list, many of those individuals are already housed. They're just not in an appropriate house to meet their needs and are perhaps looking for something else, but they're not unsheltered right now. So what we're talking about is those individuals who are chronically homeless. I would also say that we know that even with this investment, we'll still experience individuals with acute need for emergency system overall, but we're trying to address those individuals that are experiencing chronic homelessness.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Tom Jackson.
Thanks, Chair Clark, and extremely impressed with your knowledge and presentation today, Director Baird, but overwhelmed by it all as well. I just need to ask a few questions. Forgive me if they're repetitive, Chair Clark, but sometimes just in my own words I need to ask. So on page 4, I saw 1,545. That's what you just referred to as the chronic homeless, 1,545 in our city. Through you, Chair Clark.
Thank you, Director.
Through the chair. So the 1,500 individuals right now are individuals who are actively homeless right now in the city. They're not all chronically homeless, but they're at this point over the past 90 days have been connecting with our system somehow.
Boy, there's so many different adjectives describing those that are unhoused, and I'm just trying to keep it all straight, Director Baird. I don't have the degrees after my name like you do. Okay. So also, Chair Clark, if I add up 22 million on page 17, items referred already to council, 19 million on page 19, new investment, and 3.7 million on page 20, enhancements to existing. If we gave you a check today, Director Baird, for $46 million, you could solve all the problems? Through you, Chair Clark.
Director.
Through the chair. So
I just want to make sure I'm quoting statistics correctly from what you presented. And if my conclusion is absolutely wrong, then please provide clarity for me.
Through the chair. So if we were to fund all these options before us today, it is still going to take some time to address the situation. When we look at things like municipal housing benefit, subsidies overall, right sizing within, be it the shelter or the RCF system, it's going to take some time to do that. The numbers before you today are not coming by way of a recommendation report, and that's part of the reason that we're doing this. That we know that over time, we've been asked on many occasions, what does it truly cost to address the issue, as opposed to continuing to put Band-Aids on, quite frankly, which is what we've been doing. This is the cost. We don't expect that there's a check per se today, versus if we had this type of investment, you're absolutely right, it would be an absolute positive impact in the system, and a lot of the existing challenges could be addressed.
Okay, that was the thrust, Director Baird. You caught the thrust of my question. Thank you. Couple of more, Chair Clark. One of the components that's been lost is the RCFs, residential care facilities. I noticed on page 19, you speak about in our city approximately 660 individuals are housed, but they desperately need, theoretically, an infusion of $2 million. Can you explain further for public consumption, Director Baird? Is that because the per diem has been frozen for a while? Are there operations that, if we're not careful, they could close and put more people in peril? I think this is, you've highlighted it, but it was kind of like, not glossed over, but amidst all the other statistics, it was, I think, one bullet point on there. So could you elaborate, please, on that component through you, Chair Clark?
Director.
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. So the residential care facility program, the reason that we're asking for this particular increase, I would step back, I guess, and say to your question about whether subsidies, the per diem has been frozen. The per diem had been frozen for some time. We were able to increase the per diem during COVID, again, to address some of the issues that were happening within congregate settings. But since that time, the per diem has been frozen, and as we know, like we heard from shelters and others, the cost of providing services right now, the cost of food alone, is having a significant impact on these facilities being able to provide services. That said, we were originally planning to hold off on a per diem increase until we went through a bit of a review program with the RCFs. That's still going to happen. When we talk about coordinated access, RCFs are one of the programs that right now aren't necessarily part of that system or admitting directly from the homelessness serving sector. So we just have some work to do within RCFs. However, rather than wait for that review to happen over the course of this year, we appreciate that they are another sector within our society right now that really are on the verge of collapse in many cases. They are operating day to day, and again, like you said, there are 660 beds being funded within the RCF system, and should those RCFs find themselves in a place that they truly needed to close, that again, this is a group of people for whom there isn't another appropriate place necessarily to land.
Thank you for that elaboration, Director Baird, Chair Clark, because you wouldn't have included it on the overall housing strategy if it wasn't a piece of it. So that's very important for me because it's been a while since we've had, I think it was pre-COVID, we had any delegations from the RCF industry before us. You've referenced the extra $3.5 million on page 17. You didn't mention Arcledon, but since it's coming up with a later report, I'm not getting into the report, Chair Clark, but since it's referenced on page 17, interesting new term, one time in year. Can you explain what the one time in year is through you, Chair Clark? Thank you.
Through the chair, that it really is within this year, that's what it's for, is a one-time funding this year. So basically what's happening with Arcledon. So Arcledon is permanent supportive housing for women, and it truly is a good news story for our community, and this is an investment that this council has made. The challenge with Arcledon is it was supposed to be completed last year in 2022, and like many construction projects right now, it's experiencing delay. And so as a result, we have a need to continue shelter operations in a temporary space only for the first few months of this year. And then the other pieces that the women's system overall is under pressure. So looking at an opportunity to use, it's actually an old RCF on West Avenue that's currently vacant as a temporary shelter for women. So it is in year, it's immediate funding that's needed.
I see.
Okay. Basically before the end of the month.
I wasn't trying to preempt Chair Clark, the more robust discussion with the actual report, but she did reference it on page 17. And lastly, federal provincial partners. Director Baird, you must have a tremendous network in housing across the province and federal government. Well, I want to assume that Director Baird has a wonderful network across the province and the feds with her counterparts. Any funding on the horizon, Director Baird, that's giving our I'm going to be very selfish and pro-kill. Forget about other municipalities. It's not that I don't care about other unhoused people elsewhere, but I care about Hamilton and the people of my community who support City of Hamilton residents. Anything on the horizon at all? That's my last question, Chair Clark.
Thank you. Director, please say yes.
Through the chair, unfortunately, I can't say yes. So yes, we do, of course, have partners across both provincial and federal levels of government, and part of the housing program funded through both. What I would say to you is that we have continued to advocate, as has, of course, Morgan through government relations, as I know all of you are as well. Each opportunity that we are in front of our provincial representatives in particular, that we do point out the fact that the loss of COVID funding is significantly impacting our community, and that the housing crisis in Hamilton is one that the province needs to step up and put some money toward. I would say that they certainly are listening, but we have no promises right now of any additional funds.
Thanks for your leadership, Director Baird. Thank you, Chair Clark.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. The next speaker is Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Director Baird, just a couple of clarifying questions, mostly on the numbers and kind of trying to balance like system pieces. I know that's been a lot of questions. I think these ones are more, at least in the report. I guess the budget for housing services as it relates to investments in preventing houselessness and homelessness for 2023-2024 is just under 40 million of the total kind of $133 million department budget. Am I roughly correct there?
Director?
Through the chair, I'm going to have to turn that one over to the manager. So, Rob, I wonder if you can speak to the total HPP budget.
Sir Robert?
Through the chair, Rob Astriani, Manager of Homelessness and Housing Supports. The total homelessness prevention budget is approximately $23 million. There is an additional federal homelessness funding through our Reaching Home federal funding. I am looking to my colleague to around $10 million, thank you. So that is the amounts through our provincial and federal funding.
Councillor?
Thank you. And so I'm just trying to get a sense of like our total investment, not in housing services, but directly in housing prevention. I see it on page 2 as basically $40 million. I'm just seeking confirmation that that is incorrect, the right number.
Yes, through the chair, that is correct right now.
Okay. Thank you. And then we're hearing, in addition to this $40 million we're spending right now, there's about $20 million in additional investments that would be required. And then we're hearing from GM Zagaric as well that, this is the immediate picture. It might not be the whole picture. This is the first outcomes.
Through the chair, yes, absolutely correct.
So another 50% on top of our total budget in terms of a one-time investment. Thank you. I think that helps clarify the scale of what we're talking about in terms of investment, because I think one of the challenges I've been having in this conversation has been, we obviously need funding sources, and this is absolutely a difficult problem to solve. We're in a complex network. But I think just talking about in a $2 billion organization, roughly what these numbers are, and getting a sense of the scale within these large pockets that we deal with is helpful. On that kind of system piece, a couple of questions there. We've been hearing a lot about the various other pressures, not just access to housing, but access to income, access to food security, access to employment that round out this picture. We're not going to get those in this report, and that makes sense to me. When do those come into play? Does that come out into the HSIR report? Where do we start hearing about the impact of rent control, the impact of OW or ODSP increases or basic income, and what those types of policies would have instead of building new units or instead of investing in subsidies?
Director?
Through the chair, I'm actually going to have GM Burden start this one.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. So I would say that we have good policy for our housing services division. The kinds of questions that are broader, I'll take that one that you've just mentioned, the example also of the cost of homelessness, the cost of doing nothing. Those, I would argue, are beyond the scope of what we typically would see within our mandate. So as we talked about the services and addressing things like basic income, living wage, those kinds of things being not something that would be within the scope of these services, I would argue that also it's not within the scope of what we would typically do. And something like that, I think, would need advanced policy advice and research, academic partners. Those are questions that I think have eluded lots of really great researchers as well, in terms of that being the sole focus of their research. And if that is something that council really wanted to explore, I think would require a whole dedicated effort. Currently within the reports, we have pieces like the community benefits framework, for example. We have some really good work happening through the housing services or the housing sustainability investment roadmap, but it wouldn't, I just want to level set expectations that I don't think it's going to answer your questions around that. We would have to find other avenues to explore answers to that.
Councillor?
Thank you. And through you, Chair, that answer makes a lot of sense to me. I think I'm just trying to maybe less carefully than Councillor Kutch did in a past question ask about this. If we're losing ground here and we know the situation's getting worse every day and we can put in these investments to stabilize, but if the overall pressures are not being addressed or the drivers of this crisis are not being addressed, and yes, the shortage of housing to people in need is the experience, that's where we're seeing it, but the driver is a high rents. The driver is low social support and low that. Yes, there's a supply issue there, but there are bigger drivers in terms of the market. And I guess this is my question is, and yes, it is provincial. Yes, it is outside of our jurisdiction, but it is so inherent to the work that we're doing here and the success of these investments or putting these investments in. How do we know the investments we're making will stack up if the system continues to get worse at the provincial level, or if the province continues to not just not act, but deliberately act in a way that pours gasoline on this fire?
Director.
Through the chair, so how do we know that they're going to be lasting and have impact long term? And it's a very good question. If costs continue to increase, one of the drivers, of course, income. And when we talk about a housing benefit, a housing stability benefit, or an ongoing benefit for an individual, we are in many ways trying to offset the deficit with respect to incomes right now and trying to support people financially to stay where they are. And that those are long-term investments, but as costs increase, you're right, that we could see ourselves back in the same place.
Councillor?
lots of comments, but we're not in the time. So just a deep gratitude and thank you for all the work to housing services staff that's gone into getting here. And I think it's such a clear picture of some of the investments we need. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to staff for all of this work and your ongoing work. I just wanted to make sure I understood clearly any pivot that we may be making with respect to, and I'm sorry to keep going back to this, but operating and capital. And I would like to understand the distinction, if any, or the magnitude of change, if noticeable or will be noticeable, in from what our budget has been to date in being capital focused as opposed to support or operational, and what deviation that this strategy may present from what is that presently or existing. Thank you.
Director.
Through the chair, just for clarity, are you speaking about the 2023 budget or an overall approach?
I think I'm speaking about what I would see in 2023 and then moving forward in going in this direction. So I have an outstanding ask into GM Zagaric with the bar chart that was originally put up and then put up again in GM Burden's budget presentation depicting what we are spending in total with respect to housing services. My question was, what percentage is operating and what percentage is capital? So if we have that number, I just would like to know, does the direction that you're proposing that we're going to go in, how much of a deviation will it be from the existing, and am I making sense? Okay.
Through the chair, you're absolutely making sense. I'm going to turn it over to GM Burden.
Yep.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. I think I'll start, and then if my colleague has anything to add. I would characterize the investments that Michelle has brought forward to as opportunities. If we think about when we have dollars, sometimes the question has been, where do we want to invest those? So what you have here before committee today is an example of the highest prioritized investments for when we would have money. Resources. It could come through increases in provincial funding, could come from new partnerships with upper levels of government, could come from a variety of sources, but that we would actually disclose that these would be the highest pieces right now on our list. I wouldn't characterize it as a different strategy, but providing that intel ahead of time. I think what GM Zagaric had talked about is, in addition to these investments, to answer the question of what it would take to end chronic homelessness, there are other investments that have been commitments of council that have not yet been funded, that are outside the scope of this report. So I'm thinking about the RHI 1 and 2 cost overruns and the RHI 3 commitment that came forward in the report to GIC during budget around those existing council obligations. Some of those don't have a funding source attached to them and would need that. And I don't know if GM Zagaric has other examples or an answer.
Mr. Zagaric, please.
Yeah. Through the chair, I would suggest that while we refer sometimes to housing investments as capital, our housing investments are for the most part operating and one-time investments. So in the capital budget, you might have made note of about $2.5 million in funding for housing, and that was, I believe, $500,000 for City Housing Hamilton, and $2 million as part of the poverty reduction strategy. That poverty reduction strategy are going to organizations, may be used for minor capital, but again, it's principally a funding commitment to those organizations. So for the most part, housing represents either operational investments towards homelessness, chronic homelessness or housing, or potentially one-time funding commitments, and potentially in the form of a grant. Where the City of Hamilton has a unique relationship on capital is City Housing Hamilton. And to date, the most material investment was, as part of the $195 million National Housing Strategy, was the $157 million that City Housing Hamilton committed to as part of that $195 million investment. And the city, as sole shareholder of City Housing Hamilton, that is the capital contribution that the city, through City Housing Hamilton, is making towards housing.
Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you. I do have a comment, and I'll save it for the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. No further committee members. Councillor Kassar, please. Questions?
Thank you, Chair Clark. This presentation, the report, has been very, very helpful to get context. Feels like for the 4 months that we've been here in this council, looking very focused issues and singular items, and this has really been helpful. And you said in the presentation through the chair to Director Baird that we have to invest strategically, which, that's not really a debatable comment. And one of the things that I can see now from the presentation is a number of people that can be impacted by certain different types of investments. And we've seen examples, for example, investing in City Housing Hamilton to renovate. 470 odd units can be brought on with relatively little money compared to building new. And there's other things like that to help people sliding off or out of housing into homelessness. So my question, and maybe it's a little provocative, but we have $4 million recommended to the budget right now for affordable housing development for 6 to 12 units per year. And when I look at what $4 million could do with a lot of the other things that have been recommended, now that we can kind of see the whole picture, Chair, and not that we don't need to build new units, that's not what I'm saying, but if we as a municipality are looking to maximize our dollars to help the most amount of people, and knowing, as has been talked about, we need to rely on our provincial and federal partners to help with the bigger dollar things, I guess my question is it a good strategic decision? And my opinion would be no, but I'd like yours to be, spending $4 million on building, into this year's budget when we know that money can go a lot further to help a lot more people with some of the other suggestions that are there. And I know that we're maybe in a tight spot right up to budget, but I think that's a question that needs to be asked.
Director.
Through the chair, it's a very good question, and it's probably partially why I referenced the fact that repairing and maintaining what we have is always going to be more cost effective than building new, and we're seeing that particularly now where the cost of supply and labor is probably higher than it's ever been, so we do get more bang for our buck. That being said, that particular piece of funding, the Affordable Housing Fund, as GM Zagaric mentioned, we have a number of affordable housing projects right now that we already have costs associated with and commitments to. So there might be other ways that we can use that funding to offset some of those. But agree with you with respect to $4 million to build new versus $4 million to invest in some of the initiatives that are in front of you today can probably go a lot longer of a way, particularly at a time when costs are so high.
Yeah, thank you for that. And it has been an educational experience. And I think that's just my one takeaway as personal learning here is when we're making decisions, it's really making sure we understand the context, Chair, and how we get the most value for money. I'll leave it there, but thank you very much for that answer.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wang, if you could take the chair for me, please.
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm looking at slide 16. If we could put it up on the screen, please. And my question, Vice Chair, will likely be both to the Director and to Mr. Zagaric. I'm trying to comprehend the numbers in front of us. And yes, they are scary. But I think we can digest them and figure out a way to move forward. So it says housing items already referred to council. So all of these items that are on this chart, Does this chart say that they're already in the budget that we have approved and ready to go to council on the 29th?
GM Burden.
Thank you, through you, through the chair to the councillor. I would say yes, except if Michelle could advance to the next page. The temporary overflow and drop-in capacity and the $3.5 million is not in the budget. So that would be an anomaly that we would want to pick out. The rest of them have already been referred to the 2023 budget. Oh, sorry, I might be mistaken.
Are you mistaken? I don't know.
Director Baird.
Through the deputy chair to the councillor, the other item, the City Housing Hamilton, the units requiring repair aren't necessarily in our budget per se, versus it's before council as the sole shareholder of City Housing Hamilton right now.
Okay, so I'm confused. Mr. Zagarek might be able to help me out.
Through the chair, with the exception of those two items, the City Housing Hamilton was a request that came outside of the budget process. So that will come before council outside of next week's budget deliberations. And the $3.5 million on slide number 17, and maybe if I can ask if slide number 17 can stay up, would be outside of the 2023 budget process. So the balance, the $13 million, is part of the overall $16.8 million that I referenced that will be before council as part of the budget deliberation. So it is reflected in our current budget position. The one time, you'll see third line from the bottom, if I can focus on that one for just a moment. The one time is the City Housing Hamilton $5.7 million request and the temporary overflow drop in capacity, the $3.5 million. What we need to add into that is the rapid housing phase 1 and 2, the backstop, the city backstopping that, and I'll make an assumption. So that may be $7 million. Then the $3 million commitment for mission services, and I know there was one last one. So I believe that.
Sorry, that $3 million, that's that $3.5 million?
No, that's a separate $3 million grant for mission services for their relocation in the downtown area. Oh. So I believe the commitments that are still unfunded, and I just identifying, because I know there's been some conversation around reserves, all of these items need to come back to council because there are no identified to date council approved funding sources for them, and that will range somewhere in the area of $16 to $20 million that we will have to identify funding for. So again, the $13 million is captured in our 2023 budget, but there's approximately $16 to $20 million in commitments that require a identified funding strategy for.
And so if I go now to page 18, yes, thank you. Couldn't find it. City housing operational budget, that has not been budgeted for, the $2 million. That's not in our current budget. Sorry to rephrase it.
Yeah. So I will. I'll describe it this way, and I'm sure many others can correct me if I'm wrong. All of the initiatives on 18 and 19, and 18 and 19 would be new initiatives or opportunities for investment that are not currently reflected in the 2023 budget. And I will describe it this way, and Director Baird can correct me if I'm wrong. When I look at those initiatives, many of them are described as annual or ongoing. So I interpret the sum total at the bottom of 19.9 million. Those would be commitments that would be made for the most part on an annual ongoing basis. And so those, whether those come forward as part of the 2024 budget process, that to my earlier comment around sustainable financing strategy is that $19 million would require a financing strategy that would sustain that level of investment each and every year.
Councillor?
Which precludes any type of financing because it has to be done annually, so it would be levy-based, correct?
Through the chair, it would be levy-based, and what, again, over and above this would be other pressures, you know, the annual benchmarking for housing and all of the other investments that would form part of the annual ask as part of the budget process.
And what about our residential care facilities, the $2 million required because they have not had any increase in their per diems for close to 10 years, I think. That's not in the current budget, and we would need to add that to the budget if we wanted to do so on March 29th.
So through the chair, that is not reflected in the 23 budget. That would procedurally, I'm not sure how it would get to the March 29th, frankly, is that is next week. And so this would report to council, and then if council were to refer, I'm not sure how it gets captured. So it could be an in-year consideration, but it then would have to be picked up starting in 2024 as an annual investment.
So if I may, to the clerk, because I don't want to lose sight of this. I think this is one of the crucial ones that we have before us right now. So my understanding of our rules, if this ECS approves it in this, as a motion today sometime, then at council, we could lift it from the ECS minutes and move it to the budget process, or we would just approve the ECS in advance of the consideration of the budget by council.
Through the chair, depending on the direction that you want to go in, you could put as part of today's motion to refer to the budget process.
Okay. The next question I have, do I have a little bit more time? Just a little bit, not much.
3 minutes.
Wow, I could go on all day.
You only have 3 minutes, though. Not all day, just 3 minutes.
But I ask short questions, so it could take a long time, and you have to deduct the 30 seconds that we just bantered through. Anyways, no, seriously, Director, the shelters and their challenges with staffing, have we contemplated how we can assist them? Because when I visited the shelters, they explained that frequently they have little staff on, and they're trying to keep the system rolling and keep people off the street. And so I know they I don't believe that they have filed any requests for funding, but how do we address that issue with our shelters? Well, all of them, men's, women, and family.
Director Baird?
Through the Vice Chair, so the shelters actually do have an increase in here, so it's an annualized increase. It's a cost of living increase. They haven't seen an increase in a number of years, so this is a cost of living increase for this year, and then it would be annualized on a go-forward basis. It is absolutely, you're correct, not going to be sufficient to address all the issues before them, but it certainly gives them an operating increase to start with.
So that $550,000 is going to them, and it's basically for staffing. It's to assist them with their wages that they can provide.
Yes, through the Vice Chair. So
and
this
they
is
determine how they're going to spend it.
So through the chair, apologies. Previously, we used to have gapping within our budget. At the end of the year, we would allocate some out to shelters if we had anything that we could offer. The challenge with doing that and operating like that is they're not able to necessarily increase wages because they don't know if and when funds are coming. So we put this item through as an enhancement for our budget this year to ensure that they are seeing that cost of living increase and they can support paying the salaries of their employees.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Oh, 2 minutes.
You can give my last 2 minutes to someone else if you wish.
I will hand it back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Okay, folks, we're going to move on in the agenda now. Director?
I'll take your 2 minutes.
You'll take my 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Through you, Chair, I wasn't going to ask any questions until you asked some. So just to clarify then, in terms of, I apologize, I don't have the slides open in front of me to tell you where to go, but I think it's 2 slides up, perhaps. It's the line item for RCFs. So residential care facilities, the outcome would be housing stability for 660 people at a cost of $2 million enhancement for an annual investment of that amount. And what I heard clearly in your report was that there's some work that Housing Services is doing with residential care facilities to bring the model into the spectrum of the types of housing and wraparound supports that we have identified as a municipality would really go where they need to support the population that is either currently living in RCFs or could be living in RCFs, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. So just a couple of years ago, we did a review of the RCF system, and we're looking to move them to a different operating framework. Yeah. Right now, basically, it's a one-size-fits-all sort of way of working, and we know we have quite a variation across the system. And when we talk about our need for supportive housing, this is a system solution we already have in front of us, and so trying to make the best use of it, but also recognizing that they too are in a place of crisis, and we need some support to get them through until we finish that work.
Right. Yeah, and I would really want to see some of that work plan before considering any of that amount. So I'm clear now that that's not on the table. That's a potential new investment. And then if you can scroll back up to the $2 million for City Housing Hamilton, that is also in the same category. That's to maintain housing for 13,000 tenants.
So through the chair,
yeah.
That is the number of individuals that are housed at City Housing Hamilton. So City Housing Hamilton, we as service manager, we know that right now their budget, it's not sufficient for the services that they offer. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but we need to work with them over the next 6 months before it's budget season once again and right-size what that needs to look like. And also, like all the metrics I showed you for other providers that have an evaluation framework in place, that they are meeting the requirements that we have for them as well.
Exactly. And for my colleagues, through you, Chair, City Housing Hamilton went through a pretty extensive strategic review and new strategic plan. And one of the things that have become really clear is that we haven't right-sized the organizational budget to not only continue maintenance of our existing model of service delivery, but to actually get it to where it's been woefully underserving. So it's helpful to see the context, and I think that my commitment as wearing the other hat here as the president of City Housing Hamilton, I really want to help make sure residents are clear and also that our council colleagues are clear about what that means. Thank you.
Your help is always most welcome, so thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, folks, I need a mover and a seconder to receive the report, and then we'll receive any comments that are left. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Wang. And Councillor Kretsch, I have you on the list for comments.
Yep, thank you. Have we received the presentation already? Sorry, I missed that part.
It's on the floor now, and you're speaking to.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Look, we have nowhere for some people in our community to go, is what I heard today, and I heard it really clearly. We just don't have any place for them to go. and that housing is a priority, and it's one of our very first priorities. I speak to people about it every single day, and what I tell them is that I continue to practice harm reduction in everything we do. So I want to really leave my comments today about harm reduction. One of the principles of harm reduction is to move at a pace that does not create more harm. When we talk about creating harm, when you move too quickly, we can do harm, and there are people, frankly, who can bear more harm than others. Those who are unhoused, those who are living on the streets, can't bear as much. And this is going to be a hard thing I'm going to say, but I've had to say it many, many times in conversations that I have with residents who are concerned about what's happening. Everyone, and I mean everyone, must get in line behind those who don't have housing or are living outside, especially in extreme weather. And as governors, leaders, and as city council, I think we have to lead with that understanding. I get it. The situation was caused by a massive defunding of social housing and public health over an entire generation. And so while none of the underfunding of housing is not on any one of us individuals here, or even on the city council, it's a responsibility we all bear regardless. And if we take that responsibility seriously, I think we all do, it means doing what we can to turn the ship around. And as we have heard, even if we had all the money we needed today, it would take time. We need time. Each one of us, I think, has to work incredibly hard to communicate that to every single person who we talk to about this. That it's not about resources. It's about turning this ship around after having absolutely made a decision as a society to shrug our shoulders and look the other way. It's hard, but that's the reality of the situation that we're in. And I'm frustrated about how long it's going to take to solve this problem, even if we had all the resources and all the willpower and all the political willpower. But I want to leave us on the point that harm is relative. And I can tell you for sure that people living on our streets can't bear any more of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, sir. Councillor Alex Wilson.
I think really just following up and echoing the comments made by Councillor Kretsch, that it's not necessarily a resourcing issue. Yes, there are resources required, but what I'm hearing is that we're talking about an additional $20 million in investment in terms of resources. We also know that our predicted shortfall because of Bill 23 impacts is between $14 to $25 million. From COVID housing relief being gone, there's another 14, another $3 million in the 75 to 70% public health cuts. Like, these are all decisions that have been made by the provincial government recently. We think about our Hamilton Police Services budget, which is the single biggest line item in our budget, which is nearly 10 times the amount that we're talking about. So I wanna, this is a large number and it is a big number, and not suggesting specific sources, but to say that I think it's pretty clear to a lot of folks in a $2 billion organization, we can find priorities. And I hope what we're seeing and all reflecting on is what are those priorities and how are we going to advance them to make this happen. But as Councillor Kretsch brought up, we also have emergency things to think about right now. How are we supporting people in crisis today? What does that mean if there's no place for people to go when we think about how we respond to encampments, how we respond to those who are houseless in our community? If that is a reality and we know it takes time, then I think there are implications for how we respond that are front of mind. And I hope that we're all feeling anger at decades of decision making that has stolen from the future, because now the bills are due. And I think it's really exciting to be on a council and to be with colleagues where I think we're all talking about investing in the future and building something different. But we've stolen from the future for so long. We've taken money from the future, and that's what this bill represents. That's what these numbers represent. Money that wasn't put in earlier, money that has been siphoned out into someone else's pocket earlier that now is coming due. And I think that's a political conversation, as Councillor Maureen Wilson was bringing up earlier. And I hope this really informs our government advocacy and how we choose to set up a relationship with the province. I don't see any good faith there, and I think it's time we reflect on what that means. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair, if you want to take the chair, please.
Go ahead.
So when I'm looking at the numbers that are before us today, I see $22.3 million in items that were referred to Council, Budget 2023. I see $19.9 million, so $20 million. So we're already at $40 million roughly. Potential new investments. Mm-hmm. I see a need of $350 to $450 million to properly put in the geared to income housing that we require across the city. And that can't be borne by property taxpayers. My goodness. I know I have a notice of motion that's coming up talking about declaring an emergency. It started as a declaration of emergency for opioid addiction. I've now included mental health and homelessness. Because we've already declared crises, but it didn't open up any funding. It didn't open up any more support. We have the province doing their budget now. I haven't heard my ring-a-dingy-dingy here hasn't rung with any funding that's going to come to the Hamilton for housing. And I'm befuddled that we could find ourselves in a situation where we're talking about $40 million being put on the property taxpayer at a time when we're already close to 7% on our levy increase. And then to properly build the housing that we require, it's $500,000, say. No, not $500,000.
$500 million.
450 million. $500,000 wouldn't buy much today at $400,000 to $500,000 per unit.
One unit, yeah.
Yeah. So I think we have a job before us, and I'm glad that our delegates attended today, and I'm glad that they have indicated and they have been very cooperative and complimentary to our staff of working together to push the provincial government and the federal government to fund homelessness and housing and our opioid addiction issues appropriately. So we're not alone in this. We're not whistling Dixie. I think all of the agencies, all of the people who are working in the field, and any politician worth his salt can see what's before us. And I don't think any municipality in Ontario would be able to say, yeah, we can fund all of this on the property taxpayer. So we do need help. We need to really ring the alarm bell that this is a problem. And as I said the other night, it's a problem where people are dying. They're dying because we can't provide them the services that they deserve as a resident in Ontario and a resident in Hamilton. And I have a hard time living with that. Every time it happens, I just shake my head. I don't understand. So we have a lot of work before us. I want to thank GM Burden and all of the staff and the front line. They are making a tremendous difference. I want to thank the residential care facilities. They are keeping 660 people off the street. So your services to this community are immeasurable. And we have to work together as we move forward. So those are my comments before I start tearing up. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
At this point, I don't see any further questions or comments on the motion to receive the report. Sorry. Councilor Maureen Wilson, thank you. Sorry. I forgot you were going to wave at me. Nope. My apologies.
Thank you, Chair. It's hard to follow some of these closing remarks that have been made, and I thank my colleagues for making them. I just wanted to maybe add a more, not a better lens, certainly, just maybe a more pragmatic one. And it is something that I know GM Burden is tired of me talking about, but I appreciate her raising it. And I would like just to put it into some context. Last term, when a few of us knew that the urban boundary deliberation was going to be forthcoming, working with my colleague, Councillor Nan and Councillor Danko, we knew that we had to expand the framing of the decision to speak and broaden the consequence of the matter beyond that of just an environmental sustainability issue. to what we knew, but was never really spoken about, was the financial cost of more of the same. And so we brought in a speaker to try and put it in that framework of putting development down onto a square meter basis and what was more productive and what was more costly. Because my position in around this forum is I can't make you feel as passionate about something as I do, but I can try and listen and identify what is your self-interest. And so if we can broaden that audience to talk about not only the environmental sustainability about something, but also the financial sustainability about something, then we have a greater, bigger, more powerful political tent. And so I'm really grateful for Councillor Wang bringing up the cost avoidance. Because if today is budget day in Ontario, and there are two separate spheres of life here, there is a government at present in Toronto at Queen's Park who's talking about 1.5 million homes, but is completely disconnected to the real factors about affordability and about life when there is no affordability. And I think, in my opinion, we have to start talking about cost avoidance. We have to start talking financially about the more of the same, and we have to put numbers to that. We had Professor Dunn speaking to us in their excellent presentation with Mr. Pomeroy about, supportive housing. If you have someone with high acuity needs, with wraparound services, they are more or less likely to call Hamilton Police Services. Because they have that support. Those are accumulative costs that we're always in this crisis mode as opposed to an investment mode that actually avoids costs. So we have emergency beds in ERs that are being taken up, I didn't mean that in a pejorative way, but that are being used by people because they don't have anywhere else to go. That's a costly bed, and it could be used not for that purpose. So I do think there is room in this discussion for us to reframe this, if only because this is a political problem. This, as my colleague, Councillor Kretsching, Councillor Wilson, Alex Wilson have said, this is a consequence of decisions that have been made. This is not. There's no neutrality in any of this. And it is also a perfect example of how difficult it can be to hold governments accountable for decisions that have been made a generation ago, because it takes a while for them to really, the impact of them to be born. And then we spend another generation well, we can't spend money on one thing because we have to respond to this crisis. And I'm telling you, this is exactly what's going to happen if we build in the Greenbelt and if we build outside our urban boundary. The next generation is going to be finding and having to spend money on remediating that. It's just a perpetual cycle of short-sightedness, a lack of stewardship, and a fact that who we are valuing and what we are valuing. So I'm going to leave that there for my colleagues. I know you deliberate about a lot of things. I know you think about a lot of things, but I think strategically, we're going to have to start really putting our mind to putting a cost to more of the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That was well said. So I need a mover and a seconder. I already have the mover and a seconder, so that's to receive the presentation. So we'll have that vote first, please, Madam Clerk, if you don't mind. Thank you. And while we're voting and tallying, I also need a mover and a seconder to receive the report. Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. That vote carried 7-0, and now we'll have the second vote, please. This is the vote on receiving the report. And that vote carried unanimously. We have several consent items on the agenda. Fire Chief Cunliffe has waited patiently to provide some comments on the information report with respect to the progress update on the fire service delivery plan. Chief, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave Cunliffe, Fire Chief. So I'm extremely proud today to have the opportunity to speak to you about the progress that we're making in our 10-year fire service delivery plan. The report before you outlines the excellent work that all fire department staff have contributed to in 2022. I want to express my thanks and sincere appreciation for both the quality and quantity of work that staff have completed to help advance the plan move forward. We have accomplished a lot across all areas of the fire department, and we're making great progress. There were 98 action items identified in the plan as of December 31st, 2022. 35% of those have been completed. 47% are in progress, with most of those action items being at least 50% complete. 10% are on hold, 3% are not started, and 5% are deferred. While we have listed many of the accomplishments in the report before you, I'd like to just highlight a few. So we've continued to develop our remotely piloted aircraft system, our RPAS program, through the deployment of the HFD Air 1 drone response vehicle. This vehicle is staffed and operated by 37 NAV Canada licensed pilots. And in addition to transporting the RPAS equipment to incident scenes, the response vehicle Air 1 has been equipped with technology that receives and displays real-time information and imaging from the drone so that our incident commanders have a bird's eye view from the drone's vantage point. I want to bring to your attention that our RPAS program is being recognized as one of the leading first responder programs in the country. Our fire department staff are being invited to participate at the national level, along with other leading groups such as Department of National Defense and the RCMP. Something that we certainly are very proud of is that members of our RPAS drone response team assisted the Hamilton Police Services in locating and saving 2 lives of missing people, one in December of 2022 and one early in January 2023. Also, based on the implementation of plan initiatives, the fire department has seen improvements in our total 90th percentile response times in most of the levels of service within full-time, composite, and volunteer. And this is relative to first on scene for non-medical calls, medical calls, as well as the required minimum convergence of 4 4-person apparatus to achieve an effective firefighting and rescue force. Our emergency management staff have conducted and completed the update of our hazard identification and risk assessment for the city as required through the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. A multi-departmental team planned, organized, and implemented the change-out to a more environmentally friendly fire suppression foam product within a 2-week period. We introduced Employee and Family Assistant Program, EFAP, and peer support services to our new hires and their families as part of our family night that welcomes the newest full-time and volunteer firefighters to our team and our family, and it certainly gives them insight into what supports we make available to them. The Tri-Service Ice Water Rescue Unit, which has been spearheaded by the fire department, which is a collaborative between Beach Rescue Unit and the Hamilton Police Services, became operational in 2022. We continue to expand the public safety programs that we offer in collaboration with agencies to address the needs of the vulnerable residents throughout our city. This included collaboration and engagement with internal partners, school, community partners, and external agencies. Examples of included engagement with seniors community groups, special needs students and teachers, as well as conducting vulnerable occupancy fire drills. In closing, I want to personally thank the members of this committee, the members of council for all of your support that you provide to help us to shape the future of the Hamilton Fire Department to meet the needs of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Are there any questions around the table to the Chief? Vice Chair Wang, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the Chief, congratulations on all of this work. This is a ton, and I'm particularly excited about the RPAS program. But I thought perhaps you can use this time to also tell us about what are the upcoming projects, the ones that are on hold, not started, or deferred. That just gives us a sense of what's on the horizon.
Thank you. Chief?
Through the chair to the councillor. So in terms of the deferred, a couple of the items were the renovation of both the station in Winona as well as Bimbrook to accommodate a day cruise. We have, based on the initiatives that we've employed, in fact, turning the Winona area into a composite response area, we're now seeing the ability to serve the community at the required level of service, and that we have been able now to defer that additional expense and increase in level of service at this point. Same thing with Bimbrook. We are seeing the ability for our volunteers to increase their turnout, as well as with council's commitment through the increase of the business case to increase our complement by 20 this year. We are very confident that we can also defer those expenses and that change in level of service based on where we are. The other thing that was deferred was based on LRT being slowed down and now back on the table, and that's the requirement and need to have an additional 4-person apparatus in the west end of the city due to the traffic pattern changes as well as the construction with LRT. So that's now back on the table, and we're working with Metrolinx and our city team to be dealing with when we may need to do that.
Councillor?
Thank you for that. I also see from your report that you're pretty much halfway through your, wait, is this halfway through? 10-year service. So you're still in the 2/3 way through. So what are some opportunities for your next 10-year plan look like? Have you given that some thought?
So through the chair to the councillor, thank you for the question, because that just leads into where we're going. So yeah, we're just about 3 years into the plan. We are currently updating our risk assessment, community risk assessment relative to fire service and protection. Our plan is to have that completed early in 2024. Based on the results of that risk assessment, we are going to be doing an update for the plan where we will be projecting out for an additional 5-year, 6-year period. So we maintain the 5-year or the 10-year plan commitment. As I said early on when I originally presented this plan is perpetual. It doesn't stop. And the expectation is by the end of next year, we'll be bringing to this council that update so that you'll be able to see what the next 10 years look like and have an opportunity to put your fingerprint on where it is for this term of council.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much. Any further questions of the chief? Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you, Chief Cunliffe, for the report, and congratulations on the progress made to date. I just wanted to...
See, we're dropping everything today.
I didn't even touch it, though. That was wild.
There's a ghost sitting beside you.
And I have to deliver a great question as a result. Chief, I apologize I wasn't able to meet with you prior to the report, but I did want to just follow up with you on I feel like our annual conversation about your progress around equity, diversity, and inclusion. And I think it was a couple years back that we got to witness a great achievement with I think there was an award given for some of your staff, some of our firefighters, and recognition of women in the force and trans workers as well. So there's lots to celebrate, and I think there's more to be said, and I would love for that to be highlighted in your report. And if you could just spend a few minutes giving us a rundown of like what's been accomplished, where are you still headed, and yeah, those two pieces. Thank you.
Chief?
Thank you through the chair to the councillor. So yes, we continue to make EDI a priority within the fire service. In fact, just one of the things we're doing is the new station in Waterdown is being designed as gender neutral. And we will be one of the first gender neutral stations or in the local area when that's done. We are and have been committed to working with city's HR department in terms of moving our recruitment process to be more inclusive. We actually have a City Lab project ongoing with McMaster students that are helping us to identify ways to be able to work with the local communities to enhance, first of all, their knowledge and understanding of a career in the fire service, because we found that that has been somewhat of a challenge, that they don't necessarily understand what's involved. And a career in the fire service doesn't necessarily mean being a frontline firefighter either. There's many other careers that are available. So with the help of the students, we are just working through that. We are looking forward to seeing some of the results of their work in the next couple of months, and we will continue to do that. We also have been continuing with our future firefighter camps, and now we've opened that up not only to women but non-binary. And last year, in 2022, we held a camp with over 24 participants. And again, it continues to be an extreme success. Our staff embrace it. Every year, more and more people are coming out to support that program. I can tell you we've now crossed the 10% mark of women in our fire service. That's again, that's up, and in relation to other departments around, we are in fact somewhat ahead. We also have now a number of our women who are in supervisory positions within the frontline fire service. And again, that is, it's pleasing to me to see that we are able and moving forward to get folks more involved in all aspects of our department. And so we will continue to do that. That is my commitment. We want to continue to make our recruitment process, again, even just from the perspective of people having the ability to apply and to be able to do that in a way that doesn't constrain them. We continue to look at how we can do that.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I really want to just encourage you to get those stories into the public reports as well. And I think it's really important to continue documenting the progress that you are making, Chief. And just really appreciating the responsiveness, as always, of the service and ongoing openness for the conversations that can sometimes get a little tricky. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? Seeing none, thank you, Chief, for your time here today. I need a motion, mover and a seconder, to receive items 9.1 to 9.2C. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. We'll call that vote. That vote carried 7-0, unanimous. Thank you. Item 10.1 is the procurement of physiotherapy services at municipal long-term care homes, wards 7 and 13. Angela Burden and Holly O'Dowda are here to speak to the report. May I have a mover and a seconder to put the item on the floor? Moved by Councillor Jackson. I thought you might. Seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. That's appropriate also. Any questions to the staff? Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I see that that in this presentation that it's been kind of renewed over and over and over again. I was wondering, what are we doing with that? Hi.
Holly, can you hear us there?
Through the chair, Holly Eduardi, Senior Administrator for the Long-Term Care Division. Thank you for your question, Councillor. Throughout COVID, this procurement should have taken place, but we were not able to accomplish that with the COVID outbreaks that we were experiencing. So our priority over the past 3 years really has been around how we're caring for our residents. We've had our frontline people leaders supporting that rather than doing items such as procurement. And so we're getting back on track with that. So that's why we're here today asking for an extension to be in compliance with our procurement policy. But happy to share that the RFP is in front of procurement being reviewed and hopefully posted next week.
Councillor?
Great to hear. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Need a mover and a seconder to put the, we did that, didn't we? Okay, so it's just a vote now. I'm losing track of things here. And that vote carried unanimously. Item 10.2 is the Arcleton Delay Mitigation and Interim Plan for Homelessness System Service Levels for Single Women. May I have a mover and a seconder to put the item on the floor? Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Are there any questions on the item? Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. First off, I'd just like to thank Director Baird, Manager Mastriani from Housing Services, as well as ED Kalinowski and Director McFadgen from Good Shepherd in joining my office Tuesday in order to give residents an opportunity to hear the update related to the current temporary shelter at Cathedral, the former Cathedral School, as well as the proposed 20-bed buffer shelter at 46 West Avenue, both of which are located in Ward 3, both of which are located in Stinson. When the staff informed my office that these recommendations were coming forward, I really just want to say I really appreciate our collaboration and understanding the imperative nature by which to have the conversation in the community, given some of the feedback of setting up the temporary shelter in the first place. So I really can't say thank you enough. And you saw in the correspondence appreciation from the residents as a result of it. So thank you so much. There were a number of questions that came up from the event, from the meeting, that I did want to just put on the public record today. So if you could, through you to Director Baird, just confirmation on some of the things that we discussed. Security services was brought up as an area of concern. A request specifically to get clarity around security of the current emergency shelter at Cathedral once decommissioned, and for security patrols of the West Avenue location, which residents confirmed was a very effective approach to help mitigate negative impact in the community. So I heard yes from Good Shepherd. What you did too?
Through the chair, correct. Good Shepherd confirmed they would provide security at both sites.
And does our funding, through you, Chair, does the funding that we're providing in this recommendation pay for that?
Director?
Through the chair, so the funding in the recommendation before you is not specific to security. However, it is the operational dollars that Good Shepherd needs to fund the operation, so it should be included within that.
Got it. Thank you. And then in terms of the who for the buffer site at West Avenue, there was a discussion about I think still a misperception and stigmatization and misunderstanding of who is accessing shelter services and who's been accessing our emergency shelter services. We heard it in your presentation, Director Baird, through you, Chair, that there is a mixed population, but the request from residents in the Stinson neighborhood was, is it going to be focused on folks that are very high acuity or not?
Director?
Through the chair, so yes, as I mentioned previously, it is a mix of complexity of need, acuity levels within all of our shelters. I think there was concern that it would be higher needs individuals. And like I said previously, at times it is much easier for us to house lower needs individuals, so they might perceive that there's higher needs individuals in shelters, but it's not always the case.
Thank you. And if I can, through you, Chair, then on to some more of the operational nitty-gritty. The West Avenue facility, you'd mentioned previously that it was a former residential care facility. Will the service also include access to food?
Director?
Through the chair, yes, so West Avenue will operate like the rest of our shelters. It will be a shelter. It is set up in a more home-like way, I guess I would describe it, but it will operate as a shelter with food provided.
Thank you. And in terms of the location, through you, Chair, there was a question about why West Avenue has been identified as the only space that's available to housing services to work with our partners around meeting this emergent need in terms of a buffer solution, and whether or not the city is working on identifying other spaces in other parts of the city should the need continue beyond March 2024.
Director?
Through the chair, so the reason that we're using West Avenue in this particular instance is because it was already available to us. It was used as a shelter during COVID, and so it's very quick to operationalize. We had hoped, of course, that Arcleton would have been completed on time and that we wouldn't have needed an additional gappings, if you will. We also have continued and ongoing pressures within the women's system, and so recognizing that Arcleton is not a solution for everyone, we needed something quick to operationalize, and Good Shepherd was able to do that. With respect to go forward, absolutely, in our normal process, should we, need to put new beds into the system, bring new services on, and this probably answers some of the previous questions too, that we use a call for applications process that is transparent to the system, and we wouldn't normally go through this process. It was simply in the pinch of a moment.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And then finally, through you, Chair, can city staff confirm and guarantee that in the report it states that the buffer shelter won't be open for longer than March 31st, 2024? Is that something that we are able to guarantee?
Director?
So through the chair, yes, this particular shelter on West Avenue is a temporary measure. We are coming back before council, as was noted in one of the appendices, that right sizing of the shelter system overall needs to happen, but this is not a permanent solution. It's a temporary solution because of the pressures in the system and the transition from Cathedral into the permanent site.
Thank you. And then from the perspective of the residents who will be accessing the buffer shelter, Chair, and to some of my other colleagues' points around harm reduction for folks who are accessing the services, and what I would say is an unfortunate reality that I'm becoming much clearer about in terms of some of the on-the-street experience of, violence towards, harm towards folks who are unhoused in our community, that go beyond verbal abuse and onto some other things. It's of concern. How is that being factored in our strategizing towards supporting clients?
Director?
Through the chair, I would suggest that that's not an issue only on West Avenue, but it's probably more broadly within the shelter system overall, people that use homeless serving sector services. And the EDs is something that they certainly consider and we work with them on. I would say for this particular facility, it is a smaller facility overall, which is good news, and it's not set up in a congregate setting. Hopeful that the security as well will help that, but I would say overall, this is an issue that the whole sector is struggling with, and that through our work with the shelters continues to be an area of focus.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Chair, also wanted to just say thank you again to Mission Services staff. One of the questions that residents had asked was about the proximity of a women's shelter, buffer shelter, to a men's shelter that's coming in a couple of blocks over. In terms of the new Mission Services relocated men's shelter on King Street, which is, yet to open. But it was really helpful and educational, I think, for residents to hear about how our operators are caring for our population that are in shelters and making sure that those considerations are well in play there. This is decades of experience by our shelter operators, specifically from a violence against women perspective, in terms of maintaining the safety of those who are in service, and the fear around proximity to potential perpetrators or et cetera in the community writ large. And I think it just was a really good educational opportunity for residents, and also destigmatizing from the perspective that men in the men's shelter aren't necessarily perpetrators. Men in the men's shelter are also there for many reasons, and you know, it stems and connects to a conversation also about perception of who is in shelters. And I just really want to appeal to residents across our entire city to pause before making judgments about who's accessing these services. Pause to make judgments and correlations between folks who are experiencing some of the most challenging life circumstances that I could imagine being necessarily correlated to perpetrators of crime in the community as well. And as a result of that, my office will be having a conversation with Hamilton Police Services, inviting them to join us for a conversation about community safety in the Stinson neighborhood specifically. Thank you.
Well said, Councillor, and your continued support and advocacy is noted. Councillor Tom Jackson, please.
Thank you, Chairman Clark. Through you to Director Baird. So from the financial standpoint, you referenced in your presentation an hour ago, Director Baird, the $3.5 million. I'm trying to do arithmetic, putting numbers together here in the B section of your recommendation. Should I add the 2.87 in B with the 718,000 in Roman numeral 2, and will that give me the 3.5 that you referenced in your presentation? Through you, Chair Clark.
Director, can you help us with the math? Microphone, please.
Through the chair, yes, the math is correct. That's where the number is coming from. So this particular report refers to a number of items. Part of it is the extension of Cathedral. Part of it is the addition of that West Avenue site that we just spoke of. And the other piece is continuation of drop-in supports for women in particular beyond end of March this year.
And so, Director Baird, subsequent, this $3.5 million, none of it will be then a budget pressure on the 2023 levy that Council will be deliberating on next Wednesday. Is that correct? Through you, Chair Clark?
I believe so, but let's hear from the Director.
Through the chair, that is correct.
So you have sufficient funding sources to get you through the one time in year, the new term I've learned, correct? Director?
Through the chair, no. So it's correct that it is not included within the existing 2023 budget. So there is not existing funding for this item. It's an additional ask.
Okay, so
GM Zagaric, can you help us here?
Yeah, hold it. Hold it.
Hold the horses is what he's saying.
I liked your first answer, Director Baird. Okay, so somebody help really clear the cobwebs for me on, is this a budget pressure potentially on 2023? Or are there other funding sources, reserves, whatever, shuffling around, reallocating that can cover this 3.5 without making it an additional budget pressure on 2023? Through you, Chair Clark.
Thank you, General Manager Zagaric.
Yeah. Through the chair, it is not a pressure to the 2023 budget. I do have a recommended amendment to recommendation C, and I've shared that with the clerk, and that is to amend the end of recommendation C to strike 2023 in-year program or department corporate surplus and replace that with the city's COVID-19 emergency reserve. And so if I can speak to that just very quickly.
Please.
The intent is to leverage other funding sources, Reach Home, Homelessness, Prevention Program, any other provincial and federal funding, and if those funding sources are not sufficient, then the city would leverage the city's COVID-19 emergency reserve for up to $3.5 million. And this is similar in what Council approved with respect to the original Arclet commitment, and that was $3.5 million from the COVID-19 reserve for the period of January to December 2023. When I expect this will become a pressure is in the 2024 budget. If that $3.5 million is required on a go-forward basis annually, I expect it would be before committee as part of the 2024 budget.
Councillor Jackson, please.
General Manager Zagarek, always to the rescue. Very grateful. So you would need an amendment, which I'm happy to move at the appropriate time, Chair Clark, at C, that we would strike or 2023 in your program departmental surpluses and instead insert after funding through the city's COVID-19 reserves, correct? Through you to General Manager Zagarek?
Yeah, that's correct. I believe the clerk has the revised recommendation C.
And I suppose I should really end while I'm in this favorable position from the General Manager Zagarek's rescue to me, but I need to ask to clarify again, because I take careful notes, Chair Clark, during all presentations. I thought I heard someone say earlier today that there was no more COVID-19 reserves left. The province did not continue it. And I'm not here jeopardizing, General Manager Zagarek, the positive news you've given us of where we can fund this so it's not a 23 pressure. But did I mishear earlier that there wasn't COVID? But you have found the COVID-19 reserve. Through you, Chair Clark?
I kind of heard the same thing, so.
Through the chair, hopefully I don't find COVID, but the funding sources, just very quickly, Council, we had surpluses in 2020, 2021. Council felt it was prudent at the time to set aside those surpluses, which totaled $35 million. We'll have a positive update to committee in terms of 2022. We were projecting leveraging $16.6 million to offset the housing and homelessness costs in 2022 because the Social Services Relief Fund available funding from the province was only $6.7 million versus $21 million. The positive news is we will not have to leverage that amount. It creates some funding capacity. And so what I'm recommending is we continue to try to seek out provincial federal funding, but as a backstop, if we are not successful, we would leverage the city's COVID-19 emergency reserve for these particular investments in 2023 into the first quarter of 2024.
Councillor?
Delighted. Wonderful answer. And Chair Clark, to you, Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Nan, and myself, I think one good thing the council did last year of the old term, we kept that COVID-19 reserve, which is helping us with the funding of this, if required. No pressure on the 23 levy with our discussions forthcoming next Wednesday. I'm happy to move that amendment at the appropriate time, Chair Clark. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we just get clarification on the balance of the COVID-19 reserve? Because we've been taking that money out of there a few times.
So through the chair, we were projecting a year-end balance of about $19.5 million, assuming a draw of $16.5 million. I will be advising council we will likely not have to draw that $16.5 million part of 2022, so we would retain that $35 million balance, and it provides an opportunity to leverage up to $3.5 million if necessary for these initiatives.
Lori.
Surprise? He's always pulling something out of his pocket. Thank you very much. There's a motion on the floor for the amendment moved by Councillor Jackson. And I need a seconder, correct. Councillor Wang. The amendment is on the screen so everyone can see it. And we'll do that vote first, please. I knew what you were trying to say. Exactly. I heard all of that, councillors. And that vote carried 7-0. And now we need to vote on the matter as amended, please. Moved by the same mover and seconder.
Unless the ward councillor would like to move it, it's up to her. Wait, no, you'd rather? Okay. Yep, good. Okay. No, I'm happy to move it as amended. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, if I may interrupt, I did have Councillors Nan and Alex Wilson as the mover and seconder of the original,
We can.
the recommendation.
Are we tossing the tennis ball back and forth here? Is that
Someone catch the ball so we can keep moving, please.
I'm happy to move the
Thank
motion
you.
as amended.
Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. There we go. Thank you very much. Everybody happy. Oh. Okay. I believe we're now on to item 11.1, golf courses in the city of Hamilton. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please introduce your motion and who will be seconding it.
Thank you, Chair. Seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Thank you. I'm also mindful that 5 people around the horseshoe have been here since 9:30, so I'm going to read it into the record. I think it's obvious, and I won't take slight to any questions seeking clarification or anything, but I am mindful of the time. Whereas the City of Hamilton owns and operates 3 18-hole golf courses, Kings Forest, Shidoak Bideau, Shidoak Martin, whereas in 2005, Hamilton City Council directed staff to issue a request for proposal for the management and operation of the City of Hamilton's golf courses, whereas the internal staff submission was selected as the successful proposal to assume the management and operations of the 3 City of Hamilton golf courses beginning 2007, whereas the 10-year staff golf course business plan was to find efficiencies to reduce operating costs, enhance revenues, and generate a capital reserve to fund necessary golf course works, whereas 2 performance analyses have been completed and presented to a previous council in 2010-2015, whereas the previous Hamilton City Council approved a 5-year extension to the golf course business plan starting 2016, whereas the golf course business plan has not delivered on projected revenues nor generated funds for a capital reserve necessary for course improvements listed in the business plan, whereas many municipally operated golf courses are experiencing challenges in funding, increasing operating and capital costs, whereas it is anticipated that the province of Ontario's Bill 23 will have implications for City of Hamilton's ability to secure future parkland while population increases, whereas it is the overwhelming preference of Hamilton residents to focus future housing development within the city's existing urban boundaries, whereas the Shidoak Creek watershed runs through the Shidoak Golf Course lands, whereas the City of Hamilton has adopted a climate change strategy and a watershed action plan, whereas open spaces like Shidoak Golf Courses could assist in realizing climate goals of environmental stewardship, sustainability, low-impact development, equity of green space while advancing the goals of the watershed action plan. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to report back to this committee by Q1 2024 with the following information for the purpose of determining and ensuring that the Shidoak Golf Course lands serve the public interest in the best possible way. 1, an overview of the golf course business plan, including identified deliverables, outcomes achieved, and the performance analysis conducted in 2010 and 2015 for each of the 3 municipal golf courses, a financial review of operating revenues, expenditures, and required capital investments. B, the number of rounds played, the percent of capacity, and the number of unique golfers being served at each course over the past 15 seasons, and the net operating budget for each season. C, the existing environmental management of the golf courses, including average volume of water and fertilizer/pesticides used per season. 3, emerging trends within the municipal golf course industry, including rates of play. And the last part, an overview of current and projected parkland needs based on the city's Parks Master Plan, including city policies and targets as defined in the Parks Master Plan, urban forestry strategy, and climate action strategy.
You have 5 minutes to speak to it, Councillor.
Yeah, as per bums being in seats since 9:30, I'll be here to answer questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I appreciate that. Are there any questions of the mover? I don't see anyone asking any questions, so we'll go straight to the vote.
Through the chair, I beg your pardon, but I don't have a seconder. Oh, thank you very much.
I spoke quietly. My apologies. That vote carried 7-0. We're now moving on to item 13. 13.1 is the amendment to the outstanding business list. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Wang. Any questions on the item? Seeing none, let's have the vote. The vote's up. Councillors, I did file a notice of motion with the clerk earlier this evening with regards to the declaration of emergency for homelessness, mental health, and opioid addiction. That will stay as a notice of motion until our next meeting. That vote carried unanimously. Now I just need an adjournment, right? Mover and a seconder. Councillor Wang, Councillor Tom Jackson. Come on down. I missed my calling, I guess. I don't know. Wonderful. Thank you, councillors, for your patience and involvement. Thank you, staff, and thank you anyone that stayed tuned in. It was a long meeting, but a productive one. Thank you very much.